We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Rosinya uli di sombranza tanmak e zuita saluda antes di niga Radzaudzan malak estrezas durante todo em memu a nogi distância como kupugi palu zangiman malak guafi con una sughiairi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau esta pagua pumalapa giluk tanu man libri sentami ti man ko badi
dan putih sonu ho gui gui nai zaku todo y tiempo sedizu accept my dispensation stati susunod imahanang na izuneni ni binay dan fondon ku reson mo zabay prometihaw na bay panyot sunod isaw agoy linelaw wengider haone trinistidan pinitin corazon by padesi trinistidan pinitin corazon by padesi trinistidan pinitin corazon by padesi.
All right, let's go. Good morning, Guam. Good morning, Guam. Good morning, CNMI. Good morning, world. Good morning, San Francisco. Good morning, Japan. Good morning, South Korea on our Facebook Live feed.
Good morning, Las Vegas.
Good morning, Mong Mong.
Good morning, Oklahoma.
Good morning, Umatic.
Good morning, Agate.
Good morning, Agafagumas.
There you go.
Go on next. Go on, all right.
Good morning, Chigo.
Good morning, Mai Mai.
Good morning, Fern Terrace.
Good morning, Fern Terrace. Good morning, I stumble for ya. I stumble for ya.
Oh, good morning. Is it Mugfolk?
I don't think you can say Mugfolk on there.
Good morning,
Radio.
good morning, Paradise Estates.
Good morning, Swamp Road. Woostig.
Massa Gardens.
Malesso Kennedy Road. Pekka. In Alahan. Good morning, Talafofo. See now, Bree, we got to say good morning to everybody.
Happy Landing Road.
There you go. Hamburger Road.
Harmon.
No, Harmon.
Hemlani Apartments.
Right on, right on. Oh, we got you a microphone, Jason.
Actually, no, both Hemlani Apartments. Remember that. There's one here in Harmon, and there's one down in Melissa.
I think there's more than two.
What?
Well, just good morning to everybody in apartments everywhere. all over the island of Guam. Sorry, of course, it's been a crazy 24 hours, and we're going to try and just unpack all the information that you guys need to know here on the link. It is the link. Sabrina, good morning.
Good morning.
And it's probably brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank, Cowboy Enterprises, and IT&E, as just some very devastating news out of the governor late yesterday afternoon, early evening, as we saw 3 COVID-related deaths yesterday.
You want to go ahead and start the news with that?
So let's go ahead and
All right.
we'll start the news here with the governor's special address. Again, this is the link on the Breeze 93.9. We're KUAM FM in Hagåtña. You can catch the show on the radio. It's the Breeze 93.9, and we're also on KUAM TV 11 this morning. Good morning to our KUAM TV 11 viewers. There's an audio stream, Docomo Channel 10. We're streaming at KUAM.com. And last but not least, on the Edward R. Murrow Award-winning social media networks at KUAM, it's all the way live. On the KUAM News Facebook page, we go now to the governor of Guam, Governor Lillian Guerrero.
Half a day. As we continue to grieve our recent passings, it is with great sadness that I must announce 3 additional COVID-related deaths. After midnight this morning, a 73-year-old woman was pronounced dead on arrival at Guam Memorial Hospital. She had underlying health issues. Following proper protocol, all persons presenting to the ER are tested for COVID-19, and her tests returned positive. And at around 8:30 this morning, a 36-year-old woman, our second youngest COVID fatality, passed away. She was admitted to GMH for reasons unrelated to COVID. However, following protocol, she was swabbed and her results came back positive. Additionally, we received communication from U.S. Naval Hospital, Guam, regarding the passing of a 74-year-old man just after 9:00 a.m. To those they loved, First Gentleman Jeff, Lieutenant Governor Josh, and I send our deepest sympathies and condolences. I ask that you all please join me as we share a moment of silence with their family and friends to not only mourn their passing, but to also remember them for the lives they lived. To the people of Guam, we've had too many days filled with grief and too many lives lost. 13 people have succumbed to this virus. Contrary to what some have said, not all of them were elderly. 2 of them were in their 30s with their lives ahead of them. COVID-19 does not discriminate. It will infect the young, the old, men and women. It can infect your coworkers, your neighbors, your family members, and you. I cannot stress this enough, and I will continue to stress this until our fight is over. Stay home, practice social distancing, and wear your mask. You may be tired of hearing this, but it needs to be said, understood, and practiced by everyone. That is how we will defeat this virus.
As for the latest numbers, there were 52 new cases reported by the Joint Information Center last night. That is 52 positives out of 438 samples that were run by various labs on Tuesday. Guam's total COVID case count is 1,447 confirmed cases. More than half, 866, are active cases. 43 are hospitalized at GMH. 568 island residents are in recovery. And to date, as you just heard, there are 13 deaths. Meanwhile, the Joint Information Center reports there are 2 additional confirmed cases of COVID identified at the Guam Department of Education. They were identified at GDOE's headquarters in Tizen. Contact tracing is underway. And with more news, we throw it over to Jason Salas.
Help is on the way as Civil Defense says FEMA has approved their request for temporary medical support for Guam's only public hospital. Estevez says his agency made the ask to the Department of Defense on behalf of the Guam Memorial Hospital and the state surgeon cell, and it was approved. That ask was for 2 phases of medical support. Phase 1 was for a pair of intensivists, 15 nurses, and 4 respiratory therapists. Phase 2, which is the maximum level request, is for 4 physician intensivists, 36 critical care nurses, and 8 respiratory therapists. According to Estevez, FEMA has approved Guam's plan but will begin the first phase, and based on needs, the DoD will send the additional resources. The deployment is for 30 days. Estevez adds they are working with the Health and Human Services Region 9 Emergency Coordinator Jonathan Bartlett, who is on Guam. Now, Bartlett, according to Estevez, is one of their technical advisors who is approving, facilitating, and coordinating the shipment of resources. He is overseeing the initial deployment of the medical support and will then develop a scope of work for future needs. His objectives are to assist with the integration of DoD forces at GMH and lay the framework for a successful mission, meet with key health partners on island to discuss contracting for medical support within 30 days, and to conduct site visits to the Surgery Center, GMH, and the FEMA Distribution Center, among other tasks. For the time being as it stands, Civil Defense is waiting for the official time frame as to when the Department of Defense will be deploying the temporary medical support to Guam's only public hospital. A member of the Governor's Physicians Advisory Group doesn't need the findings of an investigation into a death of a nurse at GMH. Dr. Felix Cabrera says it's apparent she caught COVID at the hospital. The incident and the growing number of hospitalizations has many questioning what's being done to stop the spread of infection.
It's definitely a nosocomial infection if you acquired it within the hospital, but as to the actual source, it's, we'll never know for sure.
GMH ICU and ER nurse Marnette Agabao was admitted to GMH in July and repeatedly tested negative for COVID.
But then I tested positive within the
GMH.
Physically, there's room there. But I'm sure they have their reasons, but we have yet to fully understand, how that outweighs the clear and present danger that exists for these special patients, and the risk of them acquiring a nosocomial infection, or in other words, a hospital acquired infection.
The increasing number of hospitalizations at GMH and the skilled nursing unit facility in Barrigada Heights still not open, as many, including Dr. Cabrera, acknowledging there should have been better follow-through in preparing for the second wave.
We've had months to prepare for this wave. Months. We've had a lull, and we have not done enough to prepare for this. And I think that that's very clear. And it's I don't know if it's because because it was more of a reprieve from the first wave that we had, and then trying to get caught up with a lot of things. But the key part here is that we had to sharpen the saw, and that we had to really look at what we needed to do to improve. And that's part of that was ensuring that SNU was brought up line and was ready to go for the next spike, because we made it very clear that we had no idea what would come, but when it did, it was going to hit us real hard and very quickly. And sure enough, it did.
Also ready to accept fault, Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio.
Yes, I would. Anything that is happening right now, obviously you take responsibility, both the good and the bad. And I'll just say that, I'm monitoring the situation with hospital capacity, and it's and all the different triggers that we're using to try and expand it. I'll tell you that the SNU is probably, we'll find out when I get on, but I'm pretty much certain that we'll be able to move about 11 patients over there in the next day or two. And that's coming back online. Part of it, I think, is delays or some red tape that I've seen, especially at the hospital, that love to cut up. But yeah, no, anything that happens, obviously we take responsibility, and we're managing a pandemic. We've not seen these kinds of things. And of course, we're managing the public interest and the special interest from the business community and the public sector, trying to pressure us to make changes on quarantine and openings. We'll do our best, and we'll continue to monitor this on a daily basis, and look forward to better times for the people. But I want to assure you that our mind is on this, and we will use every tool that we can to try and get everybody's safety and health back.
Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Sabrina Salas, Matanani.
And now let's get you back to more news right here on The Link.
Thanks, Jason. News out of the Guam Department of Labor. The agency announces new guidelines from the feds about qualifying for paid leave under the Family First Coronavirus Response Act and eligibility for PUA. According to GDOL, both programs are part of the CARES Act that provides help to workers affected by COVID-19. One of the 10 reasons for being out of work is if you have to stay home because you have to care for your children or other dependents and can't go to work or telework. The governor's extension of the public health emergency for Guam through September 30th keeps all public and private schools closed to in-person learning and keeps daycares and other facilities closed. According to GDOL, because of this, employees may be eligible for paid leave under the Family First Coronavirus Response Act, or PUA. For more information, call 311. Senators are scheduled to go into session today to discuss two bills by Senator Amanda Shelton. Both bills haven't had a public hearing, but Senator Shelton was able to get it on session agenda late Monday evening after lawmakers voted on the budget bill. The bills would clean up the flaws in her Azuda Mangafa stimulus program and establish the rules and regulations for it. Session starts at 9 a.m. Vice Speaker Talina Nelson is leaving office temporarily to fulfill her National Guard obligations. The two-term Democratic senator announces she will be on active duty in the upcoming months while she will remain on island. She will not be physically in her Senate office. However, she says her staff will be on site to take care of constituent concerns and requests. Nelson is a captain in the Guam Army National Guard. Her news release did not state what her duty assignment will be. She is among the Democratic senatorial candidates who have already advanced to the general election after a bill canceling the primary was signed into law by the governor over the weekend. A group of residents and business owners have come together for a common goal to improve the way of life for all Guamanians. The group is called Action PAC, and this morning they will be having a press conference to talk about their mission. According to their website, it was formed out of a need to play an active role in government, starting at a grassroots level. Action PAC is made up of members from a cross-section of Guam society. They represent all walks of life and are united in their belief that they can affect change through action. According to their website, they stand for decreasing the size of GovGuam, improving transparency in all levels of government. They support the military buildup and part-time legislature, and support the immediate rollback of the business privilege tax from 5% to 4%. You can find more information about the group at actionpacguam.com. KUAM will also share the link of their press conference at 10 a.m. on our Facebook page. In national news, President Trump is headed to Kenosha, Wisconsin today, despite the mayor and Wisconsin's governor asking him to stay home over fears his visit could heighten tensions. Natalie Brand reports.
President Trump is defending his trip to Kenosha despite elected officials urging him to stay home.
Today I'm there for law enforcement and for the National Guard because they've done a great job in Kenosha.
The president plans to meet with law enforcement officers and visit businesses damaged in last week's protests. While some welcome the visit, others are concerned.
It could be a position where it may cause even more uprising.
The president does not plan to meet with the family of Jacob Blake, the black man shot 7 times in the back by a police officer. President Trump talked about the shooting during an interview with Fox News Monday.
He might have been going for a weapon, and, there's a whole big thing there. But they choke. Just like in a golf tournament, they miss a 3-foot.
You're not comparing it to golf because, of course, that's what the media.
I'm saying people choke.
People panic.
Choke.
Yeah.
And people are bad people. Yeah, both.
Social unrest and protests over racial justice have become a major factor in the presidential race. Democratic nominee Joe Biden has accused President Trump of fanning the flames.
Does anyone believe there'll be less violence in America if Donald Trump is reelected?
Biden also called for an end to the violence.
Rioting is not protesting. Looting is not protesting. Setting fires is not protesting.
These are rioters. These are dangerous people.
The president condemned rioters, but not the 17-year-old Trump supporter accused of killing 2 protesters in Kenosha last week.
You saw the same tape as I saw, and he was trying to get away from them, I guess, it looks like, and he fell, and then they very violently attacked him.
Kyle Rittenhouse has been charged with first-degree intentional homicide. Natalie Brand, CBS News, the White House.
And that's your news. That's a lot.
Yeah, it is. Thanks, Sabrina. It's 6:34. We're going to take a short break, and we're coming back with Dave Della Sola from the Department of Labor. Find out what's going on with DOL and the PUA and the FPUC, and then there was also some new developments that came out that Bree reported on. So that's coming up next here on The Link. Just the lineup for this morning. There was a big meeting, obviously, with the Physicians Advisory Group last night. So we have our man on the inside, Dr. Hoa Nguyen, coming on at 7:05 to talk about what happened in that meeting. Then 7:35, help is on the way. As Charles Estevez, Civil Defense Administrator, had informed Sabrina yesterday that FEMA has granted
their ask. So Civil Defense, on behalf of the State Surgeon Cell and the Guam Memorial Hospital, as we all know, that they desperately need staff, nurses, doctors. And so OCD made the ask, and they got the confirmation over the weekend from FEMA. And there's also a representative from the Health and Human Services here on island, Jonathan Bartlett. So we're going to talk about that.
Yeah, and we'll also probably talk about quarantine and isolation of facilities as well. It's 6:36. We'll be right back with more of The Link here on The Breeze 93.9. Good morning.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
You live life on the go, and now so does your mortgage application with FHB Digital. It's easy and fast with features that gather your documents or make it simple to upload them yourself. FHB Digital provides personalized mortgage options to suit your budget. And if you have questions, just ask a loan officer. FHB Digital. Bank at the speed of your life with First Hawaiian Bank.
Half a day. My name is Chimamba Kwem, Tuberculosis Enhancing Disease Program Manager for the Department of Public Health. As Guam continued to deliver critical services during this unprecedented time, we must do everything in our power to protect the health and safety of our people. Continue to encourage wearing a face covering, practice social distancing and washing hands. These practices are becoming especially important as we begin to reopen our great island. Prevention saves life. For more information, please call 311 or check out our website at dphss.guam.gov.
If you plan on leaving your house, don't forget your face mask. Along with hand washing and social distancing, wearing face masks can drastically reduce your risk of infection. Many people who catch COVID-19 can be contagious before they even start showing symptoms. The more people who use face masks, the less the virus can be transmitted and fewer individuals are exposed. When we both wear face masks, I protect you, you protect me, and we are both safe.
When the world feels stuck at home, there are people who would love nothing more than to have a home. Disasters don't stop during a pandemic. Together, we continue to give help and hope to those in need. Help now at redcross.org.
Una bestia, coronan flores para ichechomu. Asintorui magagumu. Meke ojia, dismoy amigamu nagwa. Dinantikea down fatao gihalum tau tau lo bai sumuli pinadesi hafedu bai togui dangin and now dispositionu I lo quineni.
Chris and Christy and Iran in the house. Hey, I forgot to shout out Malolo. Good morning, Malolo. It's 6:40. Hey, the rest of the show, too, we got John Fernandez, Guam Department of Education, a superintendent. Pretty sure we're not going to see face-to-face learning anytime soon. Just spoiler, guys. And Lillian Posadas of the Guam Memorial Hospital. Thank you, Lillian. You know, we shot her the ask last night to come on and maybe shed a little more light on these 3 COVID-related deaths that we saw reported yesterday. And then we're going to do a little back and forth here as the Republican Party of Guam and the Office of the Governor have been firing off press releases at each other. And so we'll get them both, hopefully. Hopefully we can get a little peace this morning. Bring them together.
I doubt it.
Well, one can hope. Can't one, Sabrina? 6:41. Let's go to the KUAM News Zoom room. We also, we're just so you know, we're going to end the show a little bit early today because we're doing a live stream for the Action PAC. And also, so you know, we asked Governor Lillian Guerrero to come on the show this morning and address the people. We put in the ask, so we'll see. It's the second day of September, Wednesday, in the KUAM News Zoom room. Dave De La Sola from the Department of Labor. Thanks for joining us, Dave. Good morning.
Hi, Dave.
Good morning, Sabrina, Chris. How are you guys doing today?
We're okay. How about you?
Hanging in there.
Yeah.
So much work to do.
Right.
Just keep going. But
So, can you?
hanging it out.
Yeah. I guess then we'll just start with just bring us up to speed with where you guys with claims and
Sure.
payouts.
Well, as we speak, we have about $9.75 million hitting the banks as to all the claimants. So that's a little bit of good news. And that brings a total of $324 million that we've given out in the last 3 months. So that's a huge amount of money being injected back into the economy to help everybody survive and get by, pay their rents and stuff. So I'm quite proud of the accomplishment, considering we never had this program, you know, or heard of this program since March, and we stood it up and managed to get out hundreds of millions of dollars. And we continue to keep moving forward. As you know, we're a little swamped since we went into PCOR 1. A lot of the staff that we initially had to handle the tidal wave of claimants have gone back to their agencies, and we've reduced in size. And previously, you knew that we were out in all the libraries. We were seeing claimants with problems, new claimants, and we were really chipping away at that mountain of problems, and we were making good progress. And then, of course, now that we're back in PCOR 1, we're back with the flood of calls with 1/3 the staff that we normally have. So we are answering phones. We are doing as best we can, considering we're in PCOR 1. We have the call center up. We are taking calls at 735-0527-32, and of course 311 option 6. I know it's tough to get through, and I know people are complaining, but you can just imagine we've had tens of thousands of people just get unemployed in one fell swoop, and they're all trying to call in now. And it's, you know, our people are just doing the best they can. It's nonstop on the phones from 8 to 5. I do want to say that I did get a letter the other day that the U.S. Department of Labor is looking to give us an additional over $200,000 to help fight the effects and prevent fraud, ID theft, and recover overpayments. So I'm happy to get that a little bit of injection to assist us with the overwhelming amount of fraud claims that we're getting, and trying to fight that and trying to keep that down to a minimum. Of course, today we're going to submit the lost wage assistance program, which is Trump's program. We hope to get that in, and that'll inject another $22.5 million is what we're asking for. And this is for the 3 weeks from July 26th to the August 15th that they're initially awarding this to. And then after that, they will do every week, depending on how much the budget holds up. So as it looks now with all the states, they're looking at maybe 4 to 6 weeks of funding. And but they're allotting the first 3 weeks. Mm-hmm. So we're going to send that application in today. I do want to tell you that this morning I'm going to be giving opening remarks with the governor and Mary Okada and Senator Regine at the GCC Workforce Opportunity Reimagined Conference. Mm-hmm. I want to make a shout out to all those people out there that are unemployed or furloughed, that this is the time for you to think about seriously what you're going to do next. Do you want to stay in the same job that you have, or do you want to try to take an opportunity to get retrained and go into a demand occupation? There is lots of money out there for training. We've applied, and I hope to get over $12 million in dislocated worker grant. Keep our fingers crossed that we will get awarded somewhere around that dollar amount. And I just want to say the early bird gets the worm. And this money will be used to help people get trained. There are so many jobs out there, from ship repair to any type of construction, to heavy equipment operations, to bus driving, to tech, to billing and coding. There are so many opportunities for you to go in and get a different job, a good paying job, and get trained where it's not going to cost you anything. Now's the time to do that. While you're sitting there, start to think about what do you want to do next. And this conference starts this morning, and it's for 3 days. So I encourage everybody to log on, and you'll hear some of the opportunities that could help you get a new career and get you into a new job. And if you want to stay in the same job, then you're going to have to retool yourself. You're going to have to upskill yourself. You want to be able to be hired and do 3 or 4 different things so that you become more valuable with at your workplace, because they're going to have to do more with less, and that means you're going to have to do more with less. And when you become cross-trained in different aspects of your company, that makes you more valuable, and you'll be one of the first ones to get hired, rehired. So I encourage you to look at all that stuff. We got a lot of stuff going on. We also hope that Congress meets back and extends the FPOC or gives a new stimulus. We'll keep our fingers crossed with that, but we're gearing up to try to open up this third program, this lost wage assistance, and get that. We still got to figure out how we're going to fit that into our program, our PUA program, but we'll work that out. Well, that's a mouthful.
Yeah. Well, I think it's great that, you guys are offering these training programs, that the GCC is holding this conference. But for many people looking further down the road, they're looking at possibly not having jobs. And I know that you had estimated, 35,000 claims to be filed for people that have been impacted by COVID. But now that we're in this second surge and tourism isn't looking so great, one can only assume that we're looking at more and more people that are going to be losing their jobs. And so, having said that, what is the Guam Department of Labor doing to address, I guess, this surge of unemployment?
And that's exactly what our symbiotic relationship with GCC. They're going to be our retraining partners. I encourage people to start. It starts with them. They have to rethink, what do they want to do? Do they want to get trained into a different occupation? There are areas on Guam that are still hiring, that are still in big need. For this buildup, they estimate at any one time there could be 400 trucks on the road trying to build the $8 billion in the next 10 years. And that's going to require a lot of truck driving, a lot of containers coming into the port. There's opportunities to get trained to be truck driving, heavy equipment operations, medical billing and coding. There's opportunities there. Technologies is there. There are so many different types of opportunities for you to take advantage of if you want to get up and get aggressive and get trained. There's not an endless amount of dollars, and those who are first in line and who are taking it seriously can get the money to get trained for free. And that's what we're trying to get out there. I'm trying to get the dollars in. I'm trying to get the schools and the training providers ready to help you decide and give you opportunities to get into a new occupation where you can get a career instead of just a job. And that's what we're trying to do.
Yeah, thank you. I think people needed to hear that. And so one of the other things about this conference is the fact that they're going to be having a virtual, is it a virtual job fair? Is that right?
Yes.
On Friday. For more information for people, Jason, you have the link?
Yeah, hey, Dave, Jason here. While you were mentioning the conference, the Workforce Opportunities Reimagining Conference, everybody, again, absolutely free and open to the public. We highly advise that you go check it out. Everything that Dave's saying is absolutely true, and we put the link in our comment stream. So, guys, go in there and then register. Once again, it is free for you to attend, and it is chock full of information. You're going to come away with this with more knowledge about how you can possibly find a better job, how you can take care of your family, and you, as Dave was, saying over and over, I mean, a chance to improve your skill set to take care of yourself and the ones you love. So there is the registration link in there, Dave, and thank you guys for putting this on.
Dave, we had a comment here. Let me go back a little bit. Speaking for my daughter who had worked part-time as others, their company hasn't put their names on the list that I believe they were supposed to submit. Their names, who got furloughed since they're in PCOR 1, they can't get that furlough or separation paper, but only have a check stub and proof of ID, but have their hands tied because their work is closed. So in that case, Dave, are they able to just self-certify?
Yes, that's exactly right. And we'll circle around, or they can circle around when the business opens up and get that letter. But no, it's just show your check stubs, and it'll tell you there where was your last check and what you're doing, and that you self-certify that the information is true and correct under federal law. And like I said, when the business does open up, or the person, you can always call your boss if you can, like it's not necessary, and they can write something up and fax it to you, take a picture of it, send it to you, get creative. But all those things strengthen your claim. It's not necessary for you that you have to have it in order to apply. So I just say get as much information as you can to get together, put it into your claim, and submit it.
I wanted to follow up on the fraud. Do you have any numbers or information on just how many fraud claims you guys have been forwarded to the feds for investigation, or how much in fraud claims were actually paid by DOL, and then you came to realize, okay, this is this was wrong?
We get hundreds of fraud a day, and the ones that we've forwarded to the feds are the ones that are a little bit more prevalent, and especially the identity thefts. We do have some instances of people's identities without them knowing. Somebody used all their information and put in a PUA claim. And when we contacted the person, they had no idea. And they were kind of blown away that their information was in all their personal social security numbers, where they live and this and that, and was in those claims. Those are the ones that we've forwarded to the feds for their look at. And then the more obvious, some of the hundreds of fraud claims have had some similarities. So we forward those things over, and what they're doing with it, we're not digging in. We're letting them do what they need to do, because all I'm trying to do is catch the fraud, we'll push it to the side and continue on with the payments so that we can keep getting the money out to our people.
Right. You said you guys were getting 200,000 from the feds?
We're getting over 200,000, like 210 or 20 to help fight fraud and to recover overpayments. And this is the part that is probably the worst part of my job, is recovering overpayments. And that's where it's going to get ugly, because you got some people out there that think that because they were unemployed, that they went in, they applied, and they got the money, but then we found out that their unemployment isn't because of COVID, and they have to pay back that money. And of course they get angry and it gets pretty ugly, but you know, I don't make the rules. I'm not a judge. It's black and white. And if the reason that you're not working is because of another reason, but it has nothing to do with COVID, then you don't qualify for this program. And if you get paid, then you're going to have to repay that money back. And that's where people can get pretty angry, as rightly so. And that's going to be the worst part of this whole job, is trying to get those monies back. But, you know, I have to run a clean program or the feds aren't going to give us any money. And that's why they're giving me $200,000 to fight fraud, to help overpayments and ID theft, because they see it as a rampant problem. And they're requiring me to step up, and our people to step up and try to collect it. I do our best to try to stop it before it goes out. But when you're paying tens of thousands of claims, every week to every other week, it's difficult to catch every single one. And,
Was it the feds that put you on notice, or the Department of Labor on notice, that there was a problem with overpayments?
No. This is going out nationwide.
I see.
Believe me, we run a much cleaner program than any of the states are. And I'm not bragging, just by nature, because we're a little smaller than the states. States get millions of claims going in a day. We get hundreds. And when we make a payment, we can effectively go through, 70% of the claims and try to do a cursory review and pull and try to stop those ones that look fraudulent, where in the states it's impossible. I mean, you got some states that are close to $1 billion in fraud, and it gets really crazy. But they see that a lot of the frauds that are coming in, and a lot of the frauds are off-island attempts that are coming in, trying to take advantage of our system and trying to get a check. And they're slamming us non-stop. And they are honing in and making it look as local as possible. And it's getting harder and harder to pick them out. But we're doing our best. And the second wave that's hit us is diverted more my resources over to taking claims, to helping problems, and getting that out.
Yeah.
So,
do you have any numbers on those overpayments, Dave?
What's that?
Do you have any numbers on those overpayments? Like how many people have had or who have overpaid, who have been overpaid?
Not yet. That's what we're hoping to get this money, so that I can get some staff in, so we can start kind of getting organized with it. It's there. It needs to be kind of worked on to get it organized, and I'm concentrating on just trying to get the money out. We're pushing the fraud numbers. We're pushing the overpayments. I have a division that we're standing up, and we're just waiting for the approvals from USDOL on all the forms and the process and the methodology. And we're almost at the stage where we're going to go ahead and implement now and start to get those notices going out. It's the whole process.
Dave, we had a question here from Sereno. Just filed a second claim, but I got a response saying error occurred. How do I edit, or is there a number to call to correct that?
Yes. And this is probably the system that we have, remember, works together with an unemployment system. And we don't have one. So it's ripped out. And so you got these holes in our PUA system because they're supposed to be filled together. And it doesn't work well when somebody goes back to work for like a month or so, and then they get re-unemployed, and then they go back in. They have to go back from the beginning and apply for each of those weeks. we've been working for the last 2.5, 3 weeks with the software vendor to try to find a fix that'll make it easier for those people to go back in and not have to go through all those weeks. And it's hard for me to tell the person right off the bat what their problem is with the limited information, other than to do their best. And we're working on a fix. I don't know if that'll come fast enough, but yes, call the 735-0527-232 or the 311 option 6. I know it's going to be busy, but start early and keep trying your best, and we'll get to you eventually. Remember, we're not there yet as far as paying in the August, so you got some time, and hopefully by the time, in the next, hopefully this week or so, I have a software vendor working tirelessly to try to come up with an easy fix for those people to come back in and file just for these August months. And it's not as easy as I hoped it would be.
Yeah. Dave, I know you're talking about the phones, but and I know you said you're getting the complaints, but we got a guy here, Ron, has been calling for 2 weeks. What do you say to those people?
I feel bad. I just not, like I try to tell you, when we first started this, I had close to 100 people working on this, and we're down to like 30 some. And we thought we were in recovery, and most of those people went back to the government. And we have a core group of people that were out in the libraries handling to people. The lines were being handled, everything was being handled well. And then this kind of stepped back and hit us. We don't have the manpower. And all I can say is that with the people that we have, they're on it nonstop, every day from 8 to 5. There's just, as soon as they hang up the phone, they just pick it right back up again, and they just keep going and going and going. So, and this is not somebody I can just bring back and train. It takes 3 weeks or more to train a person on the system to be able to effectively learn how to go in and fix somebody's claims. And they need not only training, but they need a certain level of confidence that I need to have, because they're going into somebody and seeing all their personal information. So it's not easy dealing with it, but we're just doing the best that we can. Mm-hmm. Keep trying, dialing those numbers.
Dave, can real quickly, if you could just provide more information on the release that you sent yesterday regarding the school closures.
Yeah, I asked for guidance several weeks ago, because I know that the schools, this is not something just happening on Guam, but happening nationwide, especially with a lot of parents with a lot of kids, and that fits Guam perfectly. What do they do when the schools are basically closed and you're going online, or 3 or 4 days a week you're going to school, but then you're not? How do you do, daycares are closed. You're the only one taking care of your kids, and when they're home, you have to be home. So I asked the question, are they able to be, what options do they have? And initially, they were saying that they weren't going to be qualified for our program, and the lawyers were getting a hold of it. And then I, basically were saying that, this is not something that's their fault. And they revisited it. And I think it's probably happened to some of the attorneys back in the States in their own families that they were affected. So they miraculously kind of did a turnaround where if you have to be home and take care of your kids, then you could qualify for my program. You could also qualify for the Family First Coronavirus Response Act, and that's something that could help you too. So if you need to be home, and if you had to leave your work and take care of your kids during this time period, then you could qualify as a valid COVID reason for my program.
Okay.
Well, thanks, Dave. Is there anything else you wanted to get out to the community?
No, I look forward to having everybody listen to me speak again at the GCC Workforce Opportunities. I'll have some valuable gold nuggets of information to instill to the public, and I encourage everybody to listen. There are new ways of getting shorter boot camps, 12-week programs to get these different types. It doesn't require you to get 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. There are many different ways of you to look and re-skill yourself, retrain yourself into new occupations, and those who are get up and get out there and be aggressive can take advantage of these dollars, and I'm encouraging everybody to do that.
All right. Thanks a lot, Dave.
Thanks, Dave.
For those of you who are wanting to participate in that conference, just the link is in the comments, so you can just scroll up, or it's just guamgcc.edu, and you'll find the information there.
All right, break
so
a leg,
please,
Dave.
Take advantage of the program.
Thank you, guys.
Just imagine everyone's in their underwear.
Yes. You guys take care of yourself and be safe.
Okay. I'm sorry, Bree, but that's something way back in my radio career. Someone gave me that advice. They said, hey, if you're nervous and you're hosting something, just imagine everyone's in the crowd is in their underwear. And then, so I did that. And then people in the crowd were like, what are you staring at? It's 7:08. Let's go to the phones here real quick. We got Dr. Hoa Wen of the Physician Advisory Group standing by, but I wanted to get Nanette on, who wants to share some issues she had with COVID-19 testing, Nanette, and then we'll get you on, and then maybe Doc could kind of help us out with what you want to say. So good morning, Nanette.
Good morning.
Hi, Nanette.
Go ahead.
I'll try and make this quick. So I've gotten tested a couple of times and got results pretty quick. And then the last time I got tested, it was because I came in contact with someone who tested positive. So there was 2 people that I had contact with, and so they went and got tested. They set a date that we were all able to go. And they were like the 16th person in line at Public Health in Derrida. And I got tested like 2 hours after they did. And this was on August 6th. So I'd say maybe like 4 days later, I and a couple of my family members got our test results over the phone. So 2 or 3 weeks later, the 2 that got tested, who were the 16th people in line, they didn't get their test results. And so she called, and they kind of were rude to her and said, well, if you keep calling for your results, it's going to make us, it's going to take us longer to get you the results. So mind you, this was August 6th. Yesterday, she finally gets a call from Public Health that she has her test results, but they won't give it to her over the phone. They want her to drive over to Public Health and get down and get her paper results, which makes totally no sense to me. Why would they want people to go out and possibly be exposed again? I don't know if the way they're giving the results have changed, but if it's a negative result, why not just give it to them over the telephone? Do you know if anything has changed regarding this?
We'll ask Dr. Hoa, but I mean, if they want you to come in, it's probably not negative.
Yeah, but even if you were positive, why would
Yeah,
they?
but
You just give the
if it was
results.
positive,
Yeah, I know.
they would want you to know the results
Yeah.
and say, come in, because so that just makes no sense to, and out of the 2 people, one of them is elderly. So why would they want them to physically come in and get their paper results? Makes no sense.
So there was no other situation where it was just a test result. It wasn't like you're cleared from isolation or anything like that.
Oh, no, absolutely not. I mean, they only went and got tested because, I was called because I was in contact with somebody. So I went and got tested. I got tested 2 hours after they did because we were in constant, phone conversation. They got there early. And they just got a call yesterday.
That's like
and
almost
now they want them to physically come in.
almost a month later.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
So, to me, it's just not a safe thing to have them physically go there to pick up their paper results. And that's all. I just Doesn't make sense.
And this is the rapid. Well, no, wait a minute. Public Health Northern Regional. I thought they're doing the Abbott ID, like the 15-minute test. But
I don't know what they were doing on August 6th.
Well, this was August 6th, and it was, they set a 9 o'clock appointment for all the people, I guess, that were in contact with, individuals that had tested positive. I don't know exactly, but I was called. My brother was called, my sister-in-law, and then
was this part of a cluster, ma'am, or are you able to give us
from
any
work or
any details?
Well, no, it wasn't from work because I'm unemployed now. But
a gathering.
It wasn't even a gathering.
So what was it?
Because they called me to get tested, and then I did a voluntary quarantine.
Mm-hmm.
So because I had direct contact with these two other individuals, I went to their house. And we didn't wear our masks. So I called and asked if they could get tested just because, just to be safe. And they went and got tested. And they're just being called yesterday. So, and because they wouldn't give the test results over the phone, I was wondering if you knew if the process changed.
I don't know, because I know people who got tested and they got their results over the phone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I was happy that I got my test results within, a 5-day period.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But theirs is almost a month away.
They can email the results too.
Yeah, they didn't even give her that option. They said if she wanted her results, she would have to physically go there and pick it up.
Wow.
So I just wanted to share that. It just doesn't make any sense.
Nanette, can you just message me your contact number if you can? I'm on Facebook. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Nanette.
Thank you. Stay
safe. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Wash your hands.
Be
Stay
careful.
home.
Will do. Thank you.
Okay.
Bye.
7:13. Let's just go to the KUAM News Zoom room. Dr. Ho Wen of the Physicians Advisory Group.
Hi, Doc.
Hi, Doc. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. Morning.
Good morning.
I guess just first of all, how would you respond to that? I know you don't work for public health, but you're familiar.
I can't. She come in kind of broken, so I'm not quite sure. But if usually if you have a test anywhere, if you positive, we tell you to stay home and isolate yourself until public health contact you. So we recommend you not go anywhere. If you are negative, then we either text you, email you, or WhatsApp you your result. But you don't have to come in anywhere for a negative test or any test. Even if you're positive, you really need to stay home.
Right.
So.
But that's on AMC side, right?
You should not be, come in for a negative test. I'm not quite sure. And also, if you have a test done for any reason, we recommend you stay home until the test result come back. Most of the tests come back in about 1 to 2 days. And I know we have a glitch there, public health, the mass testing on the 15th of August that take 2 to 3 weeks, but that's a glitch. So that should never happen again. But test should be back 1 to 2 days. So if you have a test for any reason, I tell you, stay at home until your test is back.
Doc, I know that when we talked to you last week, you had said that there was an issue with DLS and the reagent for testing, and so they weren't going to be able to run tests until, I think you said yesterday. Can you give us an update on that situation? Because we've seen like 500 tests run, and so we're just wondering. Go ahead.
You can see, the LS number coming down quite a bit. That's one of the main lab there, and they don't have their reagent. Yesterday they report like 1, but the reagent come in by United yesterday. It's kind of late, but we contact United and they really step up and secure the reagent in Hawaii and flew in last night. So the LS should have the reagent either late last night or early this morning. So they have about 300 tests or so in the freezer, so they're going to catch up. So and they do pretty good job in catching up. So today, starting today, on the clinic probably can resume the testing for the close contact, as positive close contact again.
Doc, could we just jump right into the sad announcement late yesterday afternoon? 3 COVID-related deaths. I'm pretty sure this came up in the Physicians Advisory Group meeting last night. Can you shed any more light, anything on these 3 COVID-related deaths?
We received that late in our meeting. We kind of expected to have some more death in this week or early next week. Until hopefully this thing pick out. Probably this week it should be pick out because we've been in quarantine now we've been in Pico 1 for about 2 weeks already. So we should see a slowdown, but like a hospitalization usually lag about a week or 2 behind. So hopefully if things work well, we should see a slowdown on the hospitalization either this week or early next week. All the death, I understand that those deaths, the patient have some pretty bad comorbidity. So that's what we want to kind of try our best to keep the people who have multiple comorbidity at home and not go anywhere because they are so much in the high risk area population. So. I know we still have, I think, close to 40 plus or more in the hospital. And I think there are like 3 or 4 ICU, so hopefully we won't have any more death. But it's going to be a few more before this thing is over on this second surge. So,
right.
So we keep our fingers crossed. Every death is a tragedy for. It's very tragic for the family. So,
are you sure about that, Doc? Because there are people in this community who say that all these people had so many comorbidities they were going to die anyway, or they were elderly, or there are people who explain away these deaths as a means to reopen the economy and whatnot. So, how would you address that point?
I tell you, these people have some comorbidity, but when COVID infected your lung and you can't breathe, and it's create another stress to your body. Yes, your chance to die from COVID-related death is very high. So if they don't have infection by COVID-19, most likely they won't be in a situation where they are. So a lot of us have comorbidity, but it doesn't mean that we have to add another factor in there to increase your risk of dying. So, people have to respect other people and not say, oh, they're gonna die anyway. No, that's a really bad way to look at things when people are dying. So, I would tell you those people don't think that way. Like I say, yes, people can die from other comorbidity, but you cannot add another one and justify that, hey, they're going to die anyway. That's a really bad thing to think about.
Right.
Doc, can we move into the discussions from last night's PAG meeting and what took up the bulk of discussions? We'll start there.
The bulk discussion is how we need to get out of this 2 weeks quarantine in the hotel. That's a long way. It's the safest way to make sure that we protect our border. It's 14 days in the hotel, but that's a long way. And, there's a lot of passengers coming in. I know that the queue factor are getting full and it overflow to the Dusit now, which is pretty nice. I don't mind to be quarantined at Dusit, but, it's still a long time for people to stay in there. So we talk about planning to testing out on day 5, day 7, so people can go home if they test negative. But the only thing that we want to add is that, you gotta have a download like a SARE alert, some type of apps that increase the monitoring of the home quarantine, because after they go home on day 7 to test negative, they really have to report the symptom. They need to report where they are. So apps like SARE Alert, you have to it's a web-based thing, and you have an automated phone call, a text, a message, something that you have to report in like once or twice a day if you have any symptom or not. And the question is, what happened? They refuse. Well, we decide they have a choice. If they refuse, and they stay in a 14-day quarantine. If they download the apps, then they can go home day 7 if they test out negative. So that's something that we really talked last night. I have to be approved by the governor, to make sure, and approved by public health. And so we bring it up this Friday and let the governor and public health, discuss about it, and they approve it. Then we're going to go forward to 7-day quarantine testing out at day 7, and the new home quarantine system.
So we're back to discussions about early testing out for home quarantine. 7 days. Okay, I thought we were concerned about containing COVID.
Because I know we just switched that up a while ago. I remember we had you on a couple weeks ago, Doc. So what has changed where now we're talking about let's get people out of here? Test them out.
If you test out at 7 days, you will catch about 90% plus of the positive findings. So it's a pretty good odds, if you can catch 90% of them, and then the rest of 10%, that's what the apps is for. We really have to do that because you really before is that we let people that have the pre-arrival PCR go home with family testing. If they come in with the pre-arrival PCR is negative, we send them home and we test them out day 7, but they are home quarantined the first 7 days. And we're pretty sure one of the failure in the search is because people are not staying home the first 7 days. So now that we quarantine everyone in the hotel for the first 7 days, you won't have people walk around in the first 7 days in the public. They are in the hotel. That's a big difference. And then we test them out at day 7, which is 100% of the people that want to go home day 7 from the hotel. They have to be testing out. Before, remember, we send them home and we trust them and come into a clinic to be tested out day number 7. That's number 1. And we trust people and stay at home the entire 7 days, which majority of them doesn't follow those quarantine rules. So this is a big difference between the last one and this one, because you have a control. We control the first 7 days, so you can't go anywhere until you get tested out.
Right, but Doc,
that answer your question? Yeah.
We actually have been talking about this move towards digital monitoring. I think it was a couple weeks ago with Dr. Jana Manglotnya, and she talked about this digital monitoring with the SARA program, and also I think it's either Patchwork Foundation or Pathwork Foundation, and it's all web-based. And so we're here and we're actually still talking about it, so we have not done anything with implementing these digital monitoring. I mean, it just kind of sounds like the same thing where we talk a lot, but we just don't actually act on things.
Those are 2 different programs, Sabrina.
No, I get that, but we've been talking about it, and this has been brought up weeks ago, and here we are, still talking about it.
Yeah, the SARA alert have been there for a long time. We have not been seriously talking about that one. The other program is that it tell you if you come in contact with someone that's positive, with 15 minutes and 6 feet. So that's a different program. But SARA alert, you actually have to call in or text in your symptom twice a day. I mean, and they have, I think, the limitation 100,000 people. So we have plenty of volume for our island. So I don't think it's going to overwhelm the system. But that's what we recommend from the physician advisory group, is that you have to download the cellular. There's no choice now. We have that apps here, and we have to download it. If you don't, then you stay in the queue factor for 14 days. So you have a choice. But I think that's something that at this time, I tell you, if this 7-day testing out is implemented in the next week or so, Supreme Court, they have to use the cellular. I think that's the only way that we can make sure that the next 7 days that there's some check and balance, make sure that people comply to the home quarantine. I mean, they can go shop for food, all that kind of stuff. They just have to report the symptom in once or twice a day.
Somebody was asking whether or not the AG has issued any sort of an opinion on the constitutionality of these monitoring programs that you're discussing.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, people can refuse, but I mean, like I say, you don't have to use it. But if you don't use it, then you stay in a quarantine factor until 14 days. I mean, that's the safest way to make sure that there's no new infection coming to the island. Like I said, I mean, you have a choice. You say either yes or no.
But there's been no request or ask of the AG to do an opinion.
Yeah, I'm sure that if the governor agrees, she's going to ask the legal counsel to work the AG to make sure that all the dots have been checked. So I'm pretty sure that if this thing, if she go forward this, she will ask the legal counsel before it's implemented. So I don't think that they just going to implement it blindly.
Doc, I just want to ask about, so it's Wednesday, lockdown ends Friday. I'm just curious what was discussed in the meeting last night about a possible extension of the lockdown, because we're not seeing lower numbers. We're seeing a lower number of tests run, but the test positivity rate is still, I mean, God, it's like over 10%. So I'm just thinking, I don't see we haven't flattened the curve, we've fattened the curve, right? So did you guys talk about any extension of the lockdown at all? Are we going to get like a last minute announcement again? What was your advice to the governor?
We didn't talk about the lockdown and not, but I'm pretty sure she will decide that as long as this number is as high as this was the last 2 or 3 days, still in the 50 plus, and the hospital, especially GMH, are stretched to the max right now. I don't think we're going to get out this PICO 1 until GMH admission slow down and they have a firm grasp of the admission. And the number got to go down again in the teens, but 40, 50 is way too high. So we didn't talk about it, but I'm very sure that the government...
Really? Nobody brought it up?
Out this PICO 1.
Doc, nobody was like, hey, the lockdown's going to end Friday.
The numbers still don't look very good, especially with the 3 deaths yesterday. Right. And we have FEMA coming in with the with the help with the physician and the nursing staff. So I don't think that the lockdown will be released. No, I mean, it will slow down, we hope, but again, people still travel quite a bit. Unnecessary travel in the community. So I hope that everyone need to help so we can slow this virus down, so we can get out the PICO 1. But I tell the main thing, the hospital, it have to slow down.
Did you guys discuss the nosocomial infection at the Guam Memorial Hospital, or the fact that more doctors and nurses are testing positive for COVID?
Yeah, I think it's up to 5 physicians now. That's a lot. I talked to the hospital a little bit. I told them they really need to have a kind of conference, a press conference to kind of explain where the contact tracing and what happened in the hospital. It had to be very, transparent to the public to make sure that I'm sure there's mistake made there. I mean, when you work with so many sick patients, you can't cover every angle. So mistakes have been made. That's probably why there's infection there, and they need to identify where the error is and fix it. But that had to be kind of explained to the public, so that way they don't lose confidence of the hospital.
Well, what's your
You only have two, GRMC and GMH, and the good decision is to keep one hospital as clean as possible, so that way, all the people that admitted at the clean hospital, the chance to get an infection is low. So you have to build the public confidence at GMH, so they really have to hold a press conference to answer all the questions in the community. So that's our suggestion for them.
I'm sorry, you said 5 doctors. How many nurses?
What's the question, Sabrina?
How many nurses have tested positive for COVID-19 at the Guam Memorial Hospital?
I think they in the teen, under 20. So it's just quite a bit. So they lost quite a bit of nursing staff. And the problem is that the hospital is short of staff already. Even one of them gets sick, they create a huge problem, the shortage of nursing staff. So when the rest of them have to carry the burden, fatigue and stress will set in, and you have more room for error.
So is that what happened, Doc? Is that with this hospital infection, it was an error, or was it because Lillian was kind of saying that it could have been a visitor, or, I mean, is there something we were told the investigation was still ongoing?
The infection can come in from visitor, which I'm not quite sure. They had to be very strict from the visitor standpoint, because asymptomatic carrier is out there. So if you still allow visitors to come into a hospital, you will increase the likelihood that they carry the infection into the hospital. And and also the healthcare, the front line. I mean, at a certain point, it's kind of hard to wear your mask, for 12 hours a day. It's very hard, guys. I mean, we wear our masks in the clinic, 8-9 hours a day, and your mouth is dry, and it's really stressed your body a whole lot. So if they take the mask off for any reason in the hospital setting, they can contract the virus. So there's a lot of things can happen there. When you eat lunch together, when you huddle together, all those are at risk. So I mean, when you deal with the infection like the COVID-19, and the stress factor and the fatigue will play a big part on any type of infection we call nosocomial infection in the hospital. You play a big part of it. And the healthcare worker, yes, can they transmit to the patient? Yes, they can, if you let your guard down.
But Doc, so I mean, that being said, you're saying infected nurses at GMH number in the teens, 5 COVID-19 positive doctors. At what point do we implement this clean hospital, dirty hospital thing? And at what point do we move non-COVID patients out of Guam Memorial Hospital?
Oh, that's something that, the hospital personnel like Lillian and Dr. Annie Bordario, Dr. Julian Agan, they need to hold a press conference to answer all these questions. Like I said, I mean, at what point we move? Yeah, they are trying to move patients to GRMC, the non-COVID patient. But again, you're talking about nursing shortage, right? I mean, both hospitals, unfortunately, are having a shortage of nursing staff. I mean, you gotta understand, closing the daycare, if the nursing staff don't have babysitter at home, they can't go to work. It's a lot of factors that play into this nursing shortage that we have before the second surge, and we get more shortage in nursing staff because the second surge. If our nursing staff don't have a babysitter, then there's no daycare opening, then they can't go to work. So but to transfer the non-COVID patient from GMH to GMC require GMC to have a lot of nursing staff. And one of the area where we talked about last night is, and I know Dr. Shea mentioned before, and is that to move OB to GRMC to kind of isolate that population away from the risk of infection. Again, to move the whole line of service to GRMC, now you're really short GMH with the nursing staff because they kind of cross coverage within the OB and the non-COVID patient care. So it's until we have some relief from adding more nurse to the hospital, and they will have to do that because FEMA condition is you have to recruit more nursing staff either from off island or on island in order for FEMA to justify their personnel come in and help GMH. So GMH have to come up with a certain way that they have to increase their recruitment for the nursing staff off island come in. But when you move OB to GRMC, yes, we will want to push that. And I think the governor also are open for that. But again, it's all about having enough nursing staff to run it. Remember, you can have bed. You can have a lot of empty bed in the hospital, but if you have no one to run it, you're stuck. Even when the skilled nursing facility, which will be open soon here, they're going to start transportation to SNF. But again, it's a challenge to staff SNF.
Mm-hmm. Right. And moving the pediatrics ward and the OBGYN and the babies and all that, that's not a new issue. That also was discussed months ago.
Yeah.
Including the opening of the SNU, SNF, whatever we're calling it these days. It could be called the SIF. We've been talking about this, Doc, for a while. And I think Dr. Cabrera said it, months. Like that, months. And here we are,
So what's the
what is going to be done to address these nosocomial infections at GMH to stop and prevent anybody else from getting sick? Because for me, it's like if I just wouldn't want to go to GMH because I'm scared I'm going to catch COVID there.
Right, we were reading that. We were reading that Army Corps of Engineer report, and they were talking about a lot of infection point issues.
They really have to stamp out this thing. Like I say, in order to kind of stop any type of discussion or talk in the public regarding to nosocomial infection in the hospital at GMH, is that GMH really have to have a press conference and air out everything so public will be in the same level they are. So, like I say, we highly encourage the hospital GMH to discuss that in public. So that
but
way,
you guys are the physicians advisory group. You guys are advising the governor. I mean, there's nothing you guys can do to advise her that, okay, this is it. We need to move all the non-COVID patients out of GMH over to GRMC or whatever the plan is. Right. Because ultimately, like you guys have said repeatedly, she has the final decision. She can tell Lillian Posadas what to do. I would think.
We did, we first time yesterday, we actually met with her and actually bring up the moving of the OB and Peds, possibly Peds, to GRMC. Yeah, I mean, we will continue to push that issue. I think that now that stepping up to try to accept those two services is up to GMH now to work on the staff issue to try to move them. It's discussed in the past, but we never have actually in the hospital. Now that we do, it takes some months, but I think that once the SNF was taken over by the surgeon cell, when that thing come up pretty quick, within a week, it's running already. So yeah, it's a failure of GMH on try to drag them so long, and I mean, you can't deny that. But the things that happen now just because the second surge in the hospital admission is so high. So the fire is there, so they're moving much quicker. Like I said, we will continue to push the transfer of the non-COVID patient as much as possible in GRMC. Like I say, the limitation is the shortage of staff on both hospitals. If we want to move, if there are no staff there, Sabrina, it's impossible to move.
So, but from what we understand, FEMA is sending staff through the Department of Defense. What happens when they get here? Or are they even here yet?
Remember the staff augmentation for GMH, and they're going to be here sometime this week. But they only stay for 1 month unless prove to them that the GMH more nursing staff and more physicians from off-island, from anywhere. So that's the burden on GMH is that, hey, FEMA is here, but they're not going to be here for long because they're going to monitor your action and try to recruit more staff to the hospital. I mean, you cannot stay status quo. You have to do a lot of recruitment from off-island to try to augment your staff because they won't be here for long. Let's say no more than 30 days.
Doc, people are paying more attention to what's happening.
Yeah.
Then there are people who are really scared out there about what's happening. And, we're watching how our leaders are reacting, are responding, and they want to know, are we going to be okay? You're part of the inner circle. Are we going to be okay, Doc?
I think right now, Sabrina, Chris, I feel like with all the fire going on right now, people start to move. I think that GMH have no choice right now, and the government will make the move. I mean, at a certain point, she had the responsibility of the people and then responsibility for GMH. So I think with all this thing going on, they don't have a choice no more. GMH have to improve, and again, I feel for them because with the shortage of the staff and the amount of patients that they have to encounter, I don't think they expect to have that many. That's the sad truth because they don't expect to have 40 people in the hospital, and should it be planned many months ago? It should. Okay, but again, and just like the Lieutenant Governor said yesterday, it's a mistake. We just say it's a mistake. I mean, you can't deny that mistake.
So no, we're not going to be okay.
We're going to be okay just because, the fire's there. So, we are in overdrive mode. So I think that we don't want to be there, but we'll be okay. I feel like with FEMA there, we're going to be very harsh on GMH to improve. So we'll be okay. I mean, like I said, the only one that I'm worried about is our frontliner. They cannot afford to get more people infected. So like I said, when we will get on them, and I say they really need to come out and have a press conference. I don't think they have one yet, right?
Well, we're getting Lillian in about an hour, so we could have a little press conference right here.
Yeah, my recommendation to them is that, you have Lillian there, and you should have the doc there. I mean, Dr. Jolene Agan should be there in the front. I mean, she's...
I've tried, Doc. I tried to get Dr. Uggan. I've tried to get Dr. Berdalio. We always get Lillian. But, I mean, I'm not saying Lillian knows. So, yeah, I mean, what we do ask. I forgot who the medical director of GMH was because we haven't ever had him on.
Who is the medical?
Yeah,
Is it
they
Jolene
should
or is
be
it
on. I
Bordalio?
tell you,
Who's
yeah,
the
I
medical
push that
director,
issue.
Doc?
You
Is
mean,
it
when
Jo?
you-
5 points, Doc.
Yeah, I mean,
Who's the medical
if
director?
Lillian is on, she have to have her medical director on there. You know, one of them have to be there to help answer the question. I mean, the administrator's there, but no, Lillian's not a doc. You know, and you got to get the doctor responsible on to answer the question appropriately. So, again, I know. I hope they listen to this. So I hope that one of them will be on in addition to Lillian.
Thank you, Doc.
Thanks. Anything else?
You okay though, man, Doc? You seem kind of, I don't want to say defeated, but you're a little more subdued this morning. Are you all right?
Yeah, it's okay. You know, this the thing is that this Pico one, we were hoping is 2 weeks, and again, you know, we really need everybody to get out of this Pico one. So you know, everyone have to play their role. We still see infection in our clinic that because extended family, and if you really have this symptom of congestion, coughing, do not go to work. We still see people go to work with those things, and they test positive for it. You know, stay home. I don't think any employer will reject you from staying home if you're sick. So please, you know, stay home. If you're sick, don't go to work, and try to not visit your extended family for now. So let's all work together, get out of Pico 1. But Sabrina, Chris, we'll be okay. I'm telling you, we will be okay.
Oh, now,
okay,
now you're saying we're going to be okay. Now you're saying.
Because we don't have a choice. We have to work on this one, right?
Right, we don't have a choice.
Doc, so who's the medical director of GMH?
I think that's Dr. Andy Bordalio.
Okay.
You sounded unsure.
Is she still? Because I get the feeling she doesn't want to be, or else we'd see her. You know what I mean? Jesus Christ, we see Dr.
She's
Janet
busy.
Maglonia.
She's probably busy.
No,
I'm just saying.
There's a lot of title there, and you know when title keep coming up, and really confused who's make the decision there. I mean, I'm serious. I don't know who make decision there.
Okay. Well,
you know, there's so many title there, so you know, but they all need to come out and make it public so everyone would know.
Too much high official. Got it, Doc. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks,
welcome,
Doc.
guys.
Appreciate it.
Okay. Be safe.
You got the
Bye-bye.
Zoom link. If Lillian comes on and you want to jump on and, you know, ask a question, just jump back onto the Zoom, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. I will.
Okay,
Thank
Doc.
you, guys.
Be safe. Wash your hands.
Bye.
Stay home.
Okay.
We'll see you.
Okay.
There
Stay
you go.
home.
Yeah, there you go. Just like that. Say it again, Doc, so they can hear you.
Okay. Stay home, guys.
Yeah, stay home unless you're
Okay,
going to the
be
bank.
safe.
Stay home unless you're going to the bank or you're going to get groceries or you're going to go buy a car or you're going to go buy a house
You're gonna go.
or you're going to go get curbside delivery. Other than all those other things that you're allowed to do, stay home. Okay, Doc?
Yeah,
You see, it's a
okay.
confusing
Have a good day,
message.
guys.
It's crazy. Okay, right on. We'll take a short break. Dr. Hoa Wen of the Physicians Advisory Group, 749. We're coming back with Charles Estevez. As we said this morning, we discussed with Dr. Wen. Help is on the way from the feds. Uncle Sam is coming back to Guam. So we'll find out about that, the timeline, what it means for the fight against COVID next on the link. It is The Breeze, 93.9. Good morning.
GU Self-Storage.
You live life on the go, and now so does your mortgage application with FHB Digital. It's easy and fast with features that gather your documents or make it simple to upload them yourself. FHB Digital provides personalized mortgage options to suit your budget. And if you have questions, just ask a loan officer. FHB Digital. Bank at the speed of your life with First Hawaiian Bank.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11. Stick around because we're next on CBS This Morning.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Half a day. I'm Dr. Jana Manglonia, Medical Director for Public Health. We all play a role in slowing the spread of COVID-19. We must continue to stay strong and practice everyday preventive actions to keep our island safe. Maintain a distance of 6 feet between yourself and others. Wear cloth face coverings in public settings. Wash your hands for at least 20 seconds. If soap and water are not readily available, use alcohol-based hand sanitizer that contains at least 60% alcohol. Clean and disinfect frequently used surfaces. Avoid touching your face. Stay home if you're sick. Let's protect ourselves, our loved ones, and our communities. Prevention saves lives. For more information, please call 311 or check out our website at dphss.guam.gov.
When the world feels stuck at home, there are people who would love nothing more than to have a home. Disasters don't stop during a pandemic. Together, we continue to give help and hope to those in need. Help now at redcross.org.
every time we do a show. Got a bunch of local girls all in the front row. They know all the words and the way the song goes. Party bouncing all around and they playing the bongos. And you know they wanna come to the party. Pick you with the DUV crew and get naughty.
Wow. Party. What's a party? A DUV, Island Girls. It's the link on the Breeze, 93.9. Good morning, 7:57. 3 new COVID-related deaths, and Dr. Hoa, kind of a different doc this morning, you know? As we saw with our last interview with Dr. Jana Maglotnia, a lot of these doctors telling us how drained our frontliners are. I mean, it's been months of this grind, right? And just the mental blow to go from 0 positives, 1 positives to, breaking our arm to pat ourselves on the back and throwing away all the planning. Well, that's what the optics look like, and then to go right into the second surge and to see this huge uptick in deaths and positive cases.
Yeah, according to Dr. Hoa, as far as he knows, 5 doctors at GMH testing positive, and anywhere, he said teens to possibly up to 20 nurses that have tested positive at the Guam Memorial Hospital.
Right.
He said the place is on fire and they need to put it out.
Right on.
And the Guam Memorial Hospital, according to Dr. Hoa, needs to be more transparent and let people know what's really going on over at GMH, because at this point he's not even sure who's making the decisions over there. Those are his words, not mine.
Right. 7:59. Guys, throw some prayers out there, okay? I prayed the rosary last night. I just felt like, ooh, it's crazy. 7:59. We're KUAM-FM in Agotnia, Guam. Thank you to our viewers on KUAM TV 11. Let's all mosey on over to our KUAM News Facebook Live stream and the Breeze 93.9. Okay, if you want to get it on the radio. All right, so thank you again, KUAM TV 11 viewers. Have a great Wednesday, and we'll see you over here. All right, let's go. Come on, mala. Let's go over here. Okay, adios. 7:59. Let's go to the KUAM News Zoom room again. This is the link. Sabrina Salas-Mazzanani. My name is Chris. Good morning. It's all proudly brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank, Calvo Enterprises, and IT&E. Charles Estevez, the Civil Defense Administrator in the KUAM News Zoom room. Some good news yesterday, Charles. Let's get some good news for a change. Help is on the way, but will it get here in time? We'll just give you the floor, Chuck, and then the announcement came out that FEMA has granted a couple of our asks, right? So we'll just give you the floor, explain what, and then Sabrina's got 20 million questions for you.
Hey, thanks. Good morning, Chris and Sabrina and Jason as well. They're in the back. So just to let you know how the request was developed was we initially had a mission assignment early on March or April, that we required DoD support for the anticipated need based off of the models at the time. And so the models, if you remember from March or April, showed that we may need at 1,200 to 3,500 beds, 500 to 1,200 as the possible best case scenario, and then possibly 480 ICU beds. And so that was around March or April, and then we're expected to peak by mid-June. But obviously, with the flattening of the curve and where we're at today in the trajectory, so we now have a new FEMA mission assignment for DoD for medical staff to come in, and this is for a period of no more than 30 days.
So when are they getting here?
Yeah, so they're deploying here, so they're probably coming on either a combination of commercial or military air, but so it's a phased approach. So phase 1 is 2 intensivists; those are your critical care doctors, and then we have 15 nurses and 4 respiratory therapists. And so we actually have a senior person from HHS ASPR, which is the Assistant Secretary of Preparedness for Region 9 under the Health and Human Services, John Bartlett. So he actually came in Monday night. And so he's actually been one of our advisors for the past several months as this thing began. He's helped us to get our, any PPE requests, any sort of medical supplies from the federal government as well. And so what his job is to oversee the integration of DoD forces, basically the reception, staging and onward integration with GMH and other medical professionals here.
Charles, was his Mr. Bartlett's arrival here prompted because of the severity of what's happening here, or was this just a routine? I mean,
well, correct. Why did he come? So the ask was prompted. The request was prompted based on the severity here, and so we've identified shortages, all the way back as early as April. But
no, I meant for Bartlett to come to Guam.
Yeah. So
because we made the ask, then they send somebody here. They send
absolutely. So he's here specifically to oversee the implementation of this mission assignment. Ensure there's no hiccups because we only have him for a period of 30 days.
Right.
And within that 30-day period, he's also going to assist us to develop basically a scope of work for some sort of contract support for medical personnel support.
Are these military doctors and nurses and respiratory therapists?
Yes, the mission assignment was made out to the Department of Defense.
Okay. Do we know where they're coming from? Is this all over the country?
Yeah, so we don't know the exact unit they're coming from, where they're coming from. I don't even know the branch of service at this time. Mm-hmm. But I did receive a text from one of our members of the FEMA integration team that 8 are coming in today and 7 more are coming in tomorrow.
Are these nurses, the 8 and 7, or what are they?
So we're still trying to get the breakdown on who's actually coming.
When they
say again, sorry.
When they get here, where are they going? Straight to GMH, or is there like a brief?
Yeah, so it'll depend on where the GMH, the state surgeon cell, the physician advisory group, where the need is most. So I don't know if that's going to be direct to GMH, the skilled nursing facility, but it will probably be one of the two, or any sort of facility designated by that group.
You mean like GRMC?
So I'm not sure about GRMC. I do know they're here specifically for GMH.
Okay.
So just again, so the staff that are being deployed here are the 2 intensivists, the 15 nurses, and 4 respiratory therapists, and they're going to be here for 30 days. And Mr. Bartlett is here, and he's going to assess our needs, and possibly after that 30 days, we could see more.
So we wouldn't see more, but so the needs actually already been assessed, and that's where we got this initial deployment, and the approval of the mission assignment from FEMA. So that assessment was made already. We had several data analytics calls with FEMA prior to the actual approval of the mission assignment. But what he's gonna do besides overseeing the integration of the DoD forces, he's gonna actually help us to identify next steps to prepare a contract or to assist us in working a contract for medical personnel. And only because, we're literally taking these people away from other states and territories, right? So even the federal government themselves, they're short on resources. So when they come here and they assess Guam's need and they basically provide us that this short-term temporary support, it's really up to the territory, up to us to kind of come up with the longer solution.
And when you say contract, do you mean contracting military personnel?
Contract more likely from the private sector.
So
FEMA's actually provided us a list of healthcare providers nationally that a lot of states and territories have been tapping into.
We had a couple comments. Are these personnel going to be tested or quarantined? What would the protocol be? Because they're essential, right?
Correct. And we only have 30 days, but we're not. So even like when Mr. Bartlett came over, he's still on restriction of movement, right? So he still has to just go from his hotel to his facility. He still had to get tested prior to. And still, so everyone still has to follow the same procedures set by the public health director.
Who came up with these numbers? The 2 intensivists, 15 nurses, and the 4 respiratory therapists. Who provided those numbers?
So that was a discussion and agreement between the Cure Action Team, which is state surgeon cell, GMH, and also the physician advisory group. And so we had a couple of calls with FEMA, and basically that's how the numbers were agreed upon. We basically gave our need. FEMA came back and said, hey, here's what we can provide, and here's what we can provide on phase 1. And what I sent you earlier on phase 2 is that if need be, if we need to surge, then the mission assignment actually allows for 4 intensivists, 36 critical care nurses, and 8 respiratory therapists. So, and this includes the phase 1 resource push.
Have we asked to go the max for phase 2, considering the fact that we just heard that 5 doctors are sick and there's up to 20 possibly nurses at GMH alone?
Yeah, and I think that's what's going to be that assessment and decision is probably going to be made sometime this week. And actually throughout the entire deployment of these people.
So during this time, although we're getting the phase 1 amount of help, at any point we can see more people up to this max right here. The 4 physician intensivists, the 36 critical care nurses, and the 8 respiratory therapists. Is that on
Absolutely.
top? Yeah. Okay. So and they would be here for 30 days. Within that 30 days. Okay.
Correct.
What happens after 30 days? And we still
30 days,
need help, and we haven't been able to. We can't get anybody to come to Guam.
Correct. That's where we have we have 30 days to basically to develop scope of work and go through the procurement process to get a medical support contract.
It sounds like we should be looking yesterday.
Yeah, and the thing is, the assessments have already been made. We know what the need is. So that, and I don't know if on the GMH side, if they already started looking at a medical support contract. We're here to assist and coordinate the need, right? So I think it may be the fact that we don't really know what national resources existed. We know what we have on island, but if you look at a lot of the medical personnel on island, a lot of them, they moonlight, right? They work at multiple places, and we're basically just using our resources internally. So, really thankful for FEMA for providing that list of national healthcare providers.
Mm-hmm. So, having said that, you guys know what our resources are on island. Do we have any more resources? We aside from those that are moonlighting, do we have?
Yeah, I think that's what led to the actual improvement of the mission assignment from FEMA, is that we have exceeded our capacity and capabilities within the island as a territory.
Chuck,
and I stated this before, is that the federal government they only give us resources when we've demonstrated the need, when we've exceeded our capabilities, and so it's not an easy process of requesting. When we do this request, there's calls that need to be made. There's actual checklists. There's a bunch, basically questionnaires, and they want to be absolutely sure that when they take these resources away from somewhere else, that they're giving it to an actual state or territory that's in need, and we've demonstrated that
right
based on our discussions with them.
Was there any discussion with so you demonstrated this need, but then we had the governor write a letter to the CDC because she was triggered that the CDC had called Guam a hotspot, and she wrote a letter to the CDC. We had Lillian on the other day, and the governor's letter to the CDC was basically, we have 5 million beds, we're totally fine here, how dare you call us a hotspot?
We have 83.
Yeah. I'm not sure, but I think that was more so for the and I don't know. I don't know if I'm splitting hairs here, but I think when this actual mission assignment is for the lack of personnel. So I'm not sure if it's more of her letter to CDC was more of the overall risk, right?
Yeah.
Versus our total medical capability here and capacity here in Guam, right? Because we've identified that we've lacked capacity, from the start of this event. But I think that's kind of separate from the overall risk, which it's continually being assessed. It's assessed every day, right, by the Cure Action Team, GMH, State Surgeon Cell, Physician Advisory Group. And every day these numbers change based off of what information we have coming in from CDC, HHS, FEMA, and also to let you know that our numbers, back in April and March, they didn't really match what FEMA was tracking, and they have their own modeling, and so we actually came to an agreement on the modeling, this happy median, and this is why we're able to get the support today, because just a constant communication with our federal partners on what the actual threat is and what the actual need is. I can't speak too much about the
that's cool. I know. We had a comment here talking about the tents, right? I know we had talked to you about these tents. The comment, basically the gist of it was typhoon season. How feasible is it to have these, or if we're still going to be using these field medical tents?
You could put
so the tents, I mean, they can be put up in a day and taken down in a day. Okay. Right. So we're not too worried about that. Right. And they can withstand the load of a small banana storm, but just so even with the temporary facility that we may build out of steel or whatever, I mean, it still needs to be rated for specific typhoon conditions, right? So that's something to take into account. But we really do have a need to be able to rapidly increase. And so, as I mentioned the last interview, that the tents is one piece of this.
Right.
We have the federal medical stations as well. We have the use of the skilled nursing facility as a warm center, right? So it's a lot of different moving pieces to build up capacity. It's definitely it's definitely not easy, and I'm really thankful that everyone's doing their part.
So have the tents arrived?
They have not arrived. So we received all the quotes on Monday, and so we're just pending the actual award of the tents to a vendor.
Do we know if this vendor has the tents on island?
That I don't know, and that's something that we need to discuss. I'm not sure if they do, but I mean, I don't imagine them actually having this capability on Guam.
I want to kind of we could get back to the field medical tents, but I wanted to ask. Someone had told me, so the quarantine facilities, like Dusit is one of the quarantine facilities?
Correct.
Right. And so, correct me if I'm wrong, but I recall during the first round of the quarantine facilities, they were used as quarantine facilities, and I'm not sure if the different hotels were allowed to accept guests, who aren't being quarantined or what. So I heard that Dusit was still accepting guests for, local guests outside of the quarantine facility. Is that prudent? Is it?
Yeah. So I had the inquiry yesterday and the second to check on, but just let you know that the Dusit Beach, the former Outrigger, is the primary quarantine facility, but they have some rooms that they're renovating. And when we talk about renovations, they're really just waiting for a TV, and they just didn't feel it was right to put someone in quarantine for 14 days and not have a TV in the room. They were kind of afraid that they may go stir crazy. So, we said, hey, we do need the capacity. So they allowed the capacity over at on the Dusit side. And when we occupy a quarantine facility, especially overflow at some place like the Dusit, it's floor by floor. And I can tell you that the staff over there, they've been really great at ensuring that we have all the mitigation measures in place. And I don't think there's any issues with the current operations of the Dusit and the actual quarantine operations, but it's something we do need to find out.
Yeah, because I didn't recall a Days Inn where you had people quarantined Days Inn, but hey, I want to get a room in the second.
Remember, they had the guards. Nobody could come out.
Yeah. I think that's the difference, is because the Days Inn is isolation facility, so right. Everyone there is COVID positive, and actually with the diversity in isolation facilities is that we have no staff from the actual facility there, so it's completely shut down to anyone besides public health staff or government Guam staff.
Well, no, but Pac Star was the quarantine facility, and there were guards there, and I don't think anybody was allowed inside there either. So you guys don't know if people are allowed to still rent rooms at Tusitani?
I know they are, Chuck. I received a recording of someone reserving a room, and they're not in quarantine.
And like I said, there's when we occupy quarantine facility, it's floor by floor.
Okay.
And if we need to restrict access to those floors, we have guards on each of the floors. And so there's a lot of mitigation measures that I'm sure, between the staff and the National Guard and Public Health that they did before they actually made that decision for overflow. I can tell you the same thing was done over at the Grand Plaza. When we're using Grand Plaza to overflow for Wyndham, we still had self-pay customers, and these are people that we didn't monitor. Self-pay customers from the Council of Palau, those on medical referral. And so they were allowed to utilize those rooms, and we utilized certain floors of the Grand Plaza. And so, there was that intermingling as well for those people that, we were monitoring on the Government Guam side, and those that were required to quarantine but weren't necessarily under our watch. So I think, it's the same thing. If there are any any guests over at the Dusitani, and just let you know that anyone coming in, right, and if they're required to get a hotel, and in their self-pay, they're still required to basically, quarantine, restriction of movement if they're authorized.
Chuck, I was looking over the docs you had sent, and I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but the math I had come up with is that for the average person in a 14-day quarantine, the cost is roughly about $3,000. Would you agree with that?
So the outrigger, the outrigger, in all transparency, the outrigger price is higher, right? But there is a lot of decisions that made, a lot of cost saving decisions that were made by consolidating the quarantine facilities. An example is in the previous 3 quarantine facilities, we had total capacity of 414, right? So a lot of our costs were spent on, at certain times during, low visitor or incoming passenger arrivals is on the unoccupied rooms. And so now with this, the new agreement over at the Dusit beach is that we're only paying for 300 rooms, unoccupied, occupied, and we're also paying for additional rooms past the 300, right? So you can imagine that the previous QFAX, with a capacity of 414, if we occupy 200 rooms, we're basically paying for 200 some rooms worth of basically unoccupied fees for those rooms, more of a holding fee. Additionally, after August 21st, we lost our 100% for the National Guard as well. And so after August 21st, we have to pay a 25% cost share unless we get a cost share waiver for the utilization of the National Guard under Title 32 502F. And so we estimated that the National Guard over at the 3 facilities, by consolidating to this one facility, we are saving, maybe 125, 150K, if not more. Additionally, the same thing goes with public health. And, they're them operating in 3 different facilities. And then finally, something that the Dusit Beach has, and we didn't really have this at the other facilities, is the open space to test guests prior to actually entering their rooms. So there is mass testing.
Okay. So I guess Chuck. So is it about $3,000 per quarantine traveler?
I got to do the math, but it's $159 a night.
Right.
The meal. So
but then it's being staffed by the Guard, right? So what role does the Dusit staff play? Is it just getting blankets?
So the Dusit staff, of course, they're still doing the laundry, housekeeping, and the meal preparation as well. Additionally, they check on for any other needs that the Guard management team may have as well.
So I think we asked you this before. You stand by this procurement because it kind of seems like Cortec got a sweet deal.
For which one?
Well, I mean, I don't know. It just seems a little.
Oh, for the last QFAC?
The Dusit and what we're talking about now.
Yeah, and I think the thing with the emergency procurement is that we also have to take into account that when we actually request for quotes, there's still not too many facilities that one can meet the bid specs, the requirements that we put in the quote, and then two, there's still facilities not submitting quotes or they've declined for whatever reason.
And so
that's another piece of the puzzle.
So you're basically saying that the consolidation of the hotels and the proximity of them being connected to each other made that bid the one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct. I mean, we needed a facility that we can scale up to 550 or more, right? And of all the facilities that can do that, only one, and it was really Deducit that submitted a quote.
Wow.
The others either declined to submit a quote for whatever reason.
I haven't had a chance to see any of these documents yet, but you said so 300. I know you did, but I didn't have a chance to read it. The 300 rooms at the Outrigger. That's what the contract is for.
We guarantee 300 rooms.
Are all 300 occupied?
They are, yes.
And so, did we get another contract for the Deducit?
No, so the agreement is that we have the ability to scale up, and that's what makes this really different. Is that we need a facility that we can scale past the 300 rooms.
So, but does the Outrigger have any additional rooms? I thought they had more than 300.
They do. So the actual Deducit Beach, former Outrigger, has 600 rooms, but there are some rooms under renovation right now, and that's really just pending new televisions.
Like 300 rooms are missing TVs?
So I don't know how many floors exactly, but they've provided us the additional capacity on the Deducit Beach side.
Are we paying more for the use of the Deducit rooms?
We are not. Yeah. So we are not paying for any unoccupied rooms past 300.
No, I'm talking about Dusitani because that's a 5-star hotel. Are we paying more for this overflow? Are we paying the same rate for the Outrigger?
We're paying the same rate. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's good.
Yeah.
How do you guys? How is it determined who gets to stay at the Deducit? It's like first class. Yep, you're going to the Deducit.
How fancy are your shoes?
Or
yeah, you got fancy shoes. You're going to Deducit.
Yeah, but it's the other part, and this is very very subjective part, is overall guest satisfaction, right? Some people, and I think I stated this in the past interview. Give me a bed and shower, I'm good to go. But
and a Gatorade bottle to pee in.
Yeah,
Yeah.
But some others, they just prefer that higher standard of comfort, right?
I was talking.
I mean, it could be like local residents. You're staying at the Outrigger. People from Japan or wherever. You're going to go to the Deducit,
and we're going to massage your shoulders.
Sure,
through a trash bag.
How are you guys deciding?
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. No, I was talking to a friend in Hawaii, and they don't have a quarantine thing. I think the travelers there pay for it out of pocket.
Yeah, well, there are self-pay customers, and some. For example, some of the contractors the DoD contractors that come here, some of them have been self-pay customers. The Plow consulate in the beginning, they had self-pay customers as well, medical referrals, and so it's the quarantine operation needs to continue for as long as we can. So, right. I mean, to date, it's been one of our most effective mitigation measures at catching people from off island that may be positive.
Mm-hmm. So, but right now, this is it. This is all we have for the consolidated quarantine facility, the Deducit and the Outrigger. There's no other RFQ, RFI, RFP, or anything else out there for another quarantine facility.
This is it. This is the solution.
Okay. What about a consolidated isolation facility? I know there were talks about that.
Correct. So that's something that we're currently working on right now. So let's let you know the consolidated isolation facility is over at the Bayview right now under Cortec. And but the long-term goal is to actually have a consolidated isolation facility / alternate care facility. And when we say alternate care facility, it's basically the use of those federal medical stations that we talked about, those beds. And putting them in a ballroom. That way, if someone that is asymptomatic in these isolation facilities should develop symptoms, we don't have to move them, to GMH or SNF or whatever facility they're designated to go at, and just move, downstairs to this alternate care facility and be monitored from there.
So like a hotel, and then put the beds in the ballroom kind of thing. Is that what we're talking about?
Yes. Yeah, and that's more of a long-term planning, long-term goal is to have a isolation facility slash alternate care facility.
Yeah.
And that's what the Army Corps of Engineers came in and worked with us in the beginning, is to basically assess these alternate care facilities. Right. So they assessed hotels, they assessed gyms, a lot of congregate shelters, University of Guam Field House. And so there's a lot of decisions that need to be made when actually activating an ACF.
So where are we looking at? What, Fiesta? What?
So I think it depends. One, we have to develop the scope of work, and so we have the initial scope of work for an ACF, but two, just working through the procurement process as well.
And
so we're not actually sure where the consolidated ISOFAC / ACF may be.
Right, but the Army Corps of Engineers was here and they did an assessment. So what were the areas that were likely to be these alternate care facilities? Aside from UOG, because if you're going to consolidate an isolation facility, you would still need the room. So you probably rule out the field house.
Was the Sheraton and the Hilton, but on the other side of that is, we basically would have to work with the vendors to see if it's something that they even want to consider, right? Do they want to turn their hotel into an isolation facility? So, we did an assessment when we originally did the assessment, it was just as an ACF, right? So that was just the utilization of their ballroom and not necessarily their hotel rooms. But, fast forward to today, it's the consolidated ISOFAC / ACF as the way to go. And so that kind of changes the dynamics of what original assessments back in March and April.
Okay. Well, hopefully we could probably lock this in and lock this down soon, so we're not in the situation where we are today.
Scrambling.
So.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chuck.
For sure. Yeah.
You good, Bree?
I could keep going, but
I know you could.
We're good.
Yeah. We'll get you back on, Chuck.
Was there anything else going on that we need to know about?
I love this question.
So I think you got quarantine facilities, isolation facilities, the emergency medical shelters, the FEMA mission assignment. Just to let you know, we're still also continuing to do the non-congregate shelter for the homeless as well. And so our current population is 74 over at the Global Dorm in Mighty, and so that's still ongoing. Other than that, just continuing to support by coordinating the resources that Government of Guam medical professionals need. So,
all right,
thanks, Chuck.
No worries. Also, want to do a shout out to Leo Espia. So he's a valuable member of our team, and today's his birthday.
Right on. Happy birthday, Leo.
Happy birthday.
Sorry COVID took your birthday. Yeah. It's taken mine too, Charles. It's taken mine. I haven't even had it yet, but yeah, it's a casualty of COVID. Thanks, Charles.
Hey, thank you very much for everything you do.
Okay.
You too.
Wash your hands, stay home, unless you're working. Yeah, it sounds kind of silly complaining about a birthday loss when people are losing their lives. 8:30. Let's keep it in the KUAM News. The Zoom room, as we're really in danger of getting backed up here. We have Lillian Posadas from the Guam Memorial Hospital coming up. So we'll go right to Superintendent of Education, John Fernandez. Good morning, John.
Hi, John.
Good morning, Bree and Chris. Man, that was a lot of math.
I'm lost.
A few minutes ago.
He threw too many numbers at me. I was like, no, not numbers. Just yes or no.
As part of distance learning, what I've observed is what I've heard is parents across the island are all brushing up on their math skills,
John,
trying to help our kids with their homework. So we're all going to be better off. When all of this settles out, we're all going to be better off with some of our language arts and our algebra too. Those are useful skills.
God.
So,
John, I couldn't even help my boy. He's in elementary with his math homework. I was like, when did they change math? And they took out numbers, and now there's just more letters, and there's symbols, there's emojis in there.
You're right.
Anyway, so we just brought you on because...
and the same thing with the technology.
Right.
Everybody's learning the technology, and at some point, as we hear from parents and our teachers and so forth, I think I may have mentioned it last week. At some point, you just turn it over to the kids. They're going to figure it out in like 5 minutes while we try to figure out how to turn it on. So that's the other thing. Again, it's been a rough, couple of weeks to start the school year. As I'm sure everywhere in the country that we're reading about. There are going to be some benefits, and there's going to be some, positives that come out of it in the long run. But getting through these first weeks, as of course, has been required a lot of patience, a lot of communication, and so forth. So I don't know if you've been able to catch, but for the past 2 nights, we've been holding parent Zoom sessions, and we will continue that. The information's on our Facebook page, and parents obviously have an opportunity to join us. The Zoom information is on our Facebook page, but also we're live streaming it and posting it on Facebook so that anyone who wants to go back and check in on the conversations that they might have missed are able to catch up. So we met with elementary schools for the parents of elementary school students in the southern and central areas. We're going to hit the north, and then we're going to start with secondary, which is middle and high. Again, with the south on Thursday, and then we're going to roll into next week to do the remaining secondary schools, and then 1 session for special education families. So it's been good. It's been a good, it's an hour and a half every evening that we've been able to spend with our parents. And also by the end of the session, there's still a lot of questions out there that we are going to put into a frequently asked questions document that we can post again for all parents who may not have been able to catch the meetings.
Have any final? I'm not caught up, but has any final decision or announcements been made on the face-to-face learning? I know what was delayed for 2 weeks. So, was there any final announcement made? Like we're going to cancel it for the semester or whatever.
I know that it came up in a board meeting, and really it came up in the spirit of at some point we may have to make a decision about whether or not we're going to be able to have face-to-face classes continue. Right now, we're under the executive order, which prohibits employees who are not critical from even being at school. So we really are left, the private schools, charter schools, and public schools, all left with the distance learning option. So part of it is just going to be waiting to see how the public health situation goes. But there is also going to be, a lot of anxiety that's arisen out of the last couple of weeks. So, we've been very forward and transparent with the cases that impact our department. And we've got about 34 employees who've been identified so far as positive as part of the contact tracing, a part of our work to assist with public health. So that's a concern for many teachers and staff who see that and want to make sure that before we return, and before the kids come back, that we are at a place where everybody can feel comfortable going back into the classroom. And we also have a lot of employees who are out of the front lines right now with, we redeployed our social workers and our nurses to assist public health and GMH. And, when you hear the situation on the front lines at the hospital with the numbers, it's an increasing concern just to make sure our employees are safe as well.
John, have you heard anything about PCOR 1 extension? Anything at all that you can tell us?
Not yet. I know this is actually the time of the week where I'm going to be calling and saying, hey, how does it look? And
yeah.
I'm really looking at when PCOR 2 might be envisioned, because one of the concerns that we have right now, which is affects our decision, is that we are going to be, when it comes to food, I hope our community members have gotten the information. We start the TFAP program, but right now it's working through the mayor's offices. So we have a schedule out. It's beginning at least for the next week. Today in Aganya, on the 4th, Aganya Heights, I believe Momo, Totomaiti, and Dededo, and so forth are scheduled. But really, it's going to be through the mayor's offices. They're going to contact and send the information out when their drive-thrus are happening. And this is for the commodities. With regard to the school meals, we will be starting, I believe it's this Friday, and we'll get that information out today if it's finalized, with distributions on Friday for non-perishable items. I believe we're going to have to start off with the breakfast items that we have to give out, but it'll be at least 5 days worth, 5 meals worth that we can give out to every student. and that should we'll get details out on that because that's something that we can start. But there's been a lot of discussion about restarting the hot meals, and the way we did before during the summer. And we're looking at the federal waiver that's been extended to the end of December. But I have to tell you, doing that in P Core 1 is really, really, what do you say? The administrators and teachers and staff who might be involved, they're just really concerned about whether, this week might be the right time or next week even might be the right time to start, given the public health situation. So we know that food support is needed, but we're trying to balance that, also with the health and safety of our employees. And
John.
so as we get information, we definitely will put it out there. But TFAP is starting through the mayor's offices, and we hope to start the Friday distribution as soon as this week, if we can confirm that, and we'll let the community know.
John, just to clarify, the TFAP that's with the mayors. The Friday distribution that's grab and go, and we're looking at non-perishable breakfast items. I know when we had you on, it was either last week, the week before, you were saying that you wanted to kind of consolidate several days worth of meals in one, pickup. Is that still what's happening?
So that's the idea for the Fridays, and that's something that we want to do, which is non-perishable, so that kids who are not going to do face-to-face, and the kids who are at home will have that the meal, so that their families can prepare them over the course of the week. So yes, the non-perishables on Fridays, that's what we're working on. I think the question is, regard to the hot meals and grab and go, and we're looking at that option, but right now, because of the health situation, we're not rushing it at this point.
Thanks for repeating that, John. I was zoning out on the comments. I'm sorry, Bree.
No.
People have comments. And here's one, John. Distance learning is wonderful for everyone involved. And this is that concern again, but what about the families that don't have a computer or Wi-Fi connection who initially opted for hard copy type of assignment/learning? Are they getting the assistance, if any? I know that we've discussed this, so maybe an update.
Right. So we want our families to know that we are pushing to expand the online option for those, starting with, we're going to have to start with the secondary students first, and then we're going to move to expand beyond that as new equipment comes in. But right now, because of the limit on face-to-face, we basically are consolidating all of our laptops and tablets at our schools and making them available for distribution, so that we can move more of our students who may not have had equipment, so that they could go online and start to participate in the online model. We are looking at the internet access component, and we're going to meet today on that to really look at the different options. We're looking at not only strengthening our school infrastructure to allow for connection and Wi-Fi access and access to the facilities after hours and on weekends, to use so really building around our schools as the primary areas of connectivity, and then building beyond that to work with our mayors to see if there are other places in the villages outside of the schools where it may make sense to create public Wi-Fi hotspots for students and for families. I think the more difficult part is going to be the household level support, because usually at the household level, these are monthly subscriptions to internet access, and we know that that there are possibilities of giving everybody a MiFi device, but right now, if it's at $30 a month for every household, you're going to run out of resources in a year. And so we're looking at what those short-term options might be. I mean, if that's going to be an option, we definitely want to keep that on the table. And then also, look at building up our public facilities to be able to create Wi-Fi hotspots for the families who need it. It's a really tough situation everywhere in the country. I think you've heard of it, they call it the digital divide. And the digital divide is really becoming clearer now in this era of distance learning. So
there was a pic, John, right? There was a pic where there was some poor kids outside of Taco Bell using the Wi-Fi to do their schoolwork. Yeah, that's.
Yes, I mean, we definitely appreciate those partners in the community who are able to provide that free access for customers. But again, it shows that there is a divide between those who have that ability to have it at home. So even if we build the infrastructure for our schools and our community, public facilities, that's really not going to solve the question of the online, instruction happening, at at the certain time during the day, the scheduled, hourly or the scheduled instruction that takes place during the day. Most, students or families are going to want to do that at home. So, that's something we're going to be meeting about today to see how we can, prioritize the funding that we have to expand access. And then we are working with the governor's office to partner with them to, help make that strategy a reality.
John, for clarification on the grab and go and the possibility that it may restart on Friday, are these at the schools or are they going to be at the mayor's offices and the staff?
Right now,
are they going to
the
be volunteering?
Non-perishables, so right now, I mean, just in the discussions, it's not finalized yet, but we were envisioning it at every school just to make it easier for the kids to go pick up their meals and for us to account for the meals that are served. There is going to be at this point, we were looking at some level of accountability to ensure that students were the ones receiving the meals and the number of meals that they are entitled to. That'll help us with our reimbursement. So that's the plan right now. But again, should that change and should we, as we get the final information sorted out, we definitely will announce that. But that seems to be the one that's ready to go. It's just a matter of just finalizing that and making sure that everybody gets accurate information as to where to go and what's happening at their schools.
With the number of DOE staff testing positive for COVID, are you kind of reconsidering your position on when and if face-to-face is restarted, that you would require a staff to have a test?
Well, I think the testing requirement is kind of difficult because I think it's come up, and I think the issue has been, I think twofold. One is that, testing anybody at one particular moment in time will not protect them the day after, the next day after, a week after. And so unless we're talking about regular testing on a more frequent basis, it's going to be hard to use that as a way to guarantee the safety of our schools. I think, when they did the NBA games, the playoffs, they have a bubble, which you can get tested, but, nobody leaves, nobody comes in, and therefore you might be better off in that way. Because our teachers are going home, our staff are going home, they might be interacting in the community with their families. There's no guarantee that, testing at one point in time will protect us, the next week, the week after, the next day after. Most of the issues right now, though, are really happening through contact tracing. So it really is important, working with public health to make sure that the contact tracing happens quickly. So as we've, there's no, right now, I don't have any evidence or that there is a spread within our facilities, meaning from teacher to teacher and, staff to staff. That would be something that would be really concerning. A lot of what we're finding is from the contact tracing going on when somebody tests positive at a clinic or, and then we start saying who they interacted with and start to, find out in that way where their positives are. But again, there's still a lot to learn, and we're going to be working with public health to make sure we do our best to protect our employees. So right now, our folks are working. The hard copy distributions will be restarting. We're going to send a press release out today. Some of the schools have already informed their families, but this will be drive-through with the safety measures put in place to ensure minimal contact. It's just the face-to-face instruction is going to be that's going to be a lot harder decision to make if we're still in this situation with a high number of positives and hospitalizations and so forth.
You mentioned that the Zoom meetings have been underway with parents, right? What are some of the issues they're bringing up to you?
Well, I don't know if it was by design, but we started off with the elementary schools. And, at the elementary school level, there's just half the chat is, thanking our schools and really cheering on our teachers. That's at the elementary level.
Go Fanihi!
Right, go Fanihi, right? Exactly. So there's a lot of that, which is good because there are a lot of parents saying that it is working for them and the teachers are interacting, the kids are engaged. I think the suggestions that we're getting have to do with scheduling, right? So I think a lot of what we're working on is really figuring out how online should work when you have multiple kids at home, right? I think that's the issue that families are bringing. I have several kids at home. Can we make sure that we try to work the schedules out so they're not all online at the same time? That might make it difficult, to handle. So we are working on that. there was some discussion about workload. Some teachers are meeting every day, and there's a lot of assignments, and my other child is not getting as much work as I would expect. So, we are going to have to work on that part, because we did set some basic expectations for teachers and administrators at the school level, but we did give them some flexibility to begin and to start and structure their schedules and deliver instruction to the kids. So as we get more feedback, we'll be able to provide that feedback to our schools to be able to meet the expectations that our parents have. A lot of it has to do with communication, though. I just think, number one, parents, feel free. Some of you are hesitant to contact the teachers unless it's becomes a big issue, but feel free to communicate with the teachers, the administrator, with questions that you have. Let's get those fixes, adjustments made early as possible. And our message to our administrators and teachers as well is that please make sure that your parents are engaged, because we want to know how things are going at home. And we need to be open and communicating with our parents to make this work. So, we're now operating through a screen and not face to face. So sometimes, things are going on both sides of the screen that, we just need to communicate with each other so we understand the situation at home and at the school level. So, well, I think the Zoom meetings are great. I mean, it's really been helpful to see. We had about 100 parents just logged in and communicating last night, similarly for the first part. And so we look forward to that continued conversation and dialogue. And we're hoping to make the adjustments as early as we can, based on the input that we're getting.
John, I just have one last question. How easy is it to switch from online to hard copy or hard copy to online? The comments are just blowing up with that question.
So let me just put this out there again. We are actually trying to expand the online version, and just given the fact that we got into this situation real early in the school year, where online became the most viable, model. So we do encourage online, and we will be working over the next couple of weeks to begin laptop distribution at the secondary school level. So for those families who are looking forward to expanding, we urge you to stay in contact with your schools. The switch over should be manageable and should be allowable. Let me put this out there again for everybody, and if you could just make sure this gets out there. Our hotline at the central office, if you're not able to reach your school or get a response right away, is 300-1536. That's a phone number to central office staff who will be manning the phones. Or you can send an email to info, which is info@gdoe.net. So we have central staff there to help the schools manage some of the calls that are coming in, and we'll make sure you get a response and hopefully a resolution within 24 hours.
All right. Well, thanks, John. We're going to head into an interview with the hospital administrator, Lillian Posadas. And, before we get into that interview with her, I know that the Guam Department of Education, they have providing support for the hospital in terms of nurses. And if you could just bring us up to speed with what you guys have been doing to assist.
Well, actually, I really want to thank Lillian for working with me and working with our nurses. As you can guess, a lot of anxiety about from our nurses having to shift back to the school and then be redeployed under the emergency. So there were just a lot of questions and issues that our nurses had. And so I asked Lillian if we could meet and then also meet with the nurses before we deployed any of them to the front lines. And so we're glad that we were able to do that. Nurses got on Zoom, were able to ask their questions. We were able to better understand their situation. And for those, I think we have about 17 who will be up at the hospital. And we have, I think, another 17 or 18 at public health. The ones who are at the hospital, I know, are going to go through orientation and be paired up with the nurses that are there, so that they don't just get thrown into the fire with regard to providing care, but that they're able to ensure that they are up to speed with the protocols at the hospital, get the training and orientation that they need before they are able to operate independently. And that's the commitment that the hospital made, and we're committed to them that we will be helping them as well, try to get through this emergency, get our community through this emergency situation.
Thank you, John.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, John.
Thank you, John. Take care. Keep us posted.
Take care.
Okay, wash your hands.
Okay,
stay home. Right on. 8:50, we are going to let's go to GMH, Guam Memorial Hospital. Lillian Posadas, the administrator. Good morning, Lillian. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning, Lillian.
Good Good morning. Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Sabrina. Good morning, Jay. So, how are you all?
Well, we're just kind of, I think, like a lot of people, reeling from the announcement of the 3 COVID-related deaths yesterday, and the positives continue to climb. Although we're not doing as many tests, we're still seeing that testing positivity rate increase. So we're just kind of dealing with that this morning. But now that we have you on, if we could just start with the 3 COVID-related deaths, if you could just go through them and give us any information that you might have on those.
Okay. Well, if I could just preface it that yes, the numbers continue to increase, but that's going to be the reality. And so we just need to, to acknowledge and accept the fact that this is going to be our reality. People are going to be positive, and we shouldn't be more anxious about it. We shouldn't be fearful, and we shouldn't panic, but, and just be calm and be cool about it, and help those individuals who are positive to get the medical attention quickly, and not wait till their condition or their symptoms start to really take its toll on them, that they're having a hard time breathing and they become hypoxic, or that the abdominal symptoms that they're experiencing with regards to vomiting and having any diarrheal episode, that they don't get dehydrated. So, I just want to encourage people to get medical attention once they start feeling the symptoms, so that they can recover, they can heal from the infection, much more quicker, hopefully, and without too much of a symptoms that will really make them feel weak and needing to be hospitalized.
And
so
Lillian,
thank you for
I'm guessing that you're prefacing your information with that because one of the deaths was a dead on arrival, and then another one of the deaths that we saw a couple weeks ago was a man who had been brought from home and was already.
Yeah.
I mean, so obviously people
was found unresponsive.
Right. People are waiting too long to seek the medical care, is what you're trying to say.
Well, and and maybe they're scared. Maybe they have their own reasons. They don't want to, go to the doctor. But this is where we need to kind of encourage them to get medical attention. It doesn't have to be the emergency room of GMH or GRMC. There are private clinics out there that I'm sure will, accept them and get them the help and the treatment that they need. But okay, back to the topic of the 3 deaths. I can only speak on the 2 because the third one was up at Naval Hospital, and I have absolutely no information on that third death. So the 2 that that expired here, well, actually the first one was an expired individual from the home. And so when the individual was brought to the hospital, it was basically to pronounce the death. And so that was a little bit after midnight, and it was a 73-year-old female individual. So, and I don't have much of any information on that individual, other than the body was 73 years old and female, and was swabbed, and the results came out to be positive. The second one was a young individual, quite young, in the 30s, and that was really a difficult one to talk about, because it's a young individual. Not that the 73-year-old was not difficult, but any death can really is it's a difficult thing to, and can you imagine the family? So those are the 2 deaths that we experienced yesterday.
What else can you tell us about the 36-year-old female?
The individual came in on the 31st, the evening of the 31st, about 4:30. And, there were underlying conditions, pretty serious underlying conditions. And so, the individual was already pretty critically ill when she came into the emergency room. And so the doctors had to work fast to help that individual. Unfortunately, the condition was so serious, so critical that, they tried their best to save the individual. Unfortunately, they lost that battle.
Can you explain, Lillian, the classification of these deaths as COVID-related deaths?
Well, the individual who came in expired from home because of the swab result being positive. So, we can only say it's COVID-related because the fact was that the test came out positive. The other individual, the young one, again, because of the test result was COVID positive. But the underlying medical condition was really more, I think, the prevailing cause, contributing factor to then how the individual then succumbed to death. So we can only say it's COVID related because the fact of the matter is that the test results came back positive for both.
Can you tell us anything about that underlying medical condition with the 36-year-old female?
It's a kidney, it's a kidney underlying condition.
Lillian, have there been any other deaths since in the past 24 hours?
I haven't heard of any other deaths within our organization. I haven't heard another individual being brought in as a DOA. I haven't. I don't know. You heard something?
No, I just figured I'd ask.
Yeah, we just asked because it came out at midnight and we didn't hear about it till, almost 24 hours later. It's concerning.
Right. When I don't get a call at 1 a.m, that means I guess, or 4 a.m. So I didn't hear anything, and I have no data or no report that there was another individual that expired.
Okay, so could we go into the COVID census and then we'll ask some questions?
Sure.
Okay.
The COVID census as of this morning was 42. We do have an individual in the emergency room who is a PUI. So we're just waiting now for the final results. They did the Abbott. It's negative, but I think because, again, of the manifestation of symptoms, the doctors, the clinicians want to do a PCR test. And of the 42 COVID individuals that we have in the house, 6 of them are ICU level of care. And of the 6, 3 of them are on ventilator support.
Okay. And the rest?
What was that?
The rest?
Okay.
The 6 ICU level of care, are they in care 3? I can't remember.
Actually, I know it's confusing, right? Care 2 is the ICU area for COVID. There are 3 individuals in that. The census is 4. 3 of them are ICU level, and 1 of them is telemetry. And so, yes, we do have the individuals on ventilator. One of them in the ER waiting is an ICU level and is on a ventilator also. So we have total of 3 on ventilator.
And then the remaining COVID patients, they're dispersed between the different care units?
Yes, ma'am. Between care 3, care 4,
care 5?
And some in care 5 are not ICU. So
how many?
Yes, we have them.
How many other? So we have the 3 on the ventilator. How many others are receiving supplemental oxygen?
There's quite a bit on either BiPAP or on high flow nasal cannula. There are some who are not receiving supplemental oxygen. They're on room air. So basically they're stable, and hopefully that they can be released to either home or to the isolation facility. It just depends on the update examination of the clinicians to see if these individuals are indeed very stable and can be released out of the acute care facility.
Where are we with the skilled nursing unit?
Well, the good news is that the temporary chiller is working very well. It's keeping the facility very comfortably cool. And so it is ready to be occupied by the patients. And so that's, we just got the green light today. We can begin moving some of these patients out of our acute care facility. And so we're, again, juggling with our staffing because we do have some staff who are out on isolation and quarantine. So we're adjusting the staffing to then make sure we have the coverage up at the SIF.
So go ahead, Bree.
So it may be ready, but we just aren't sure when we're going to be able to
ready.
move. Right, it's ready to open up, but
Facility
in terms
is ready
of
for occupancy. It's just now the staffing
Right.
that we need to make sure we cover it adequately. Yes.
Okay, and then speaking of the staff, we had Dr. Hoa on earlier, and he said 5 doctors that tested positive and up to 20, possibly up to 20 nurses infected with COVID. Do you have any
There's
finite
more
numbers?
than 20. There's actually 32 employees. In this second wave, there are 32 employees, including some doctors who have now tested positive. So, that taxes our staffing situation because these individuals have to be out, they have to be isolated, and we have to give them time to heal and to recover and regain their energies to then, get back into working in the front lines. And so we just need to make sure that they recover from it, they heal.
Right. So that's 32 GMH staff, nurses, and doctors that have.
It's a combination of all employees because we also have here in the administration.
Right.
So it's a combination of clinical and non-clinical staff.
And that's just during this second wave. We're not
Correct.
talking about the first. So
No.
how many of them are
The first wave we had 12.
Right. Wow, that's pretty alarming, Lillian. How many of these are? So these
Well,
32, they're active.
It is alarming, but again, it's not as alarming as in the other places in the United States. But putting it into perspective, we have a smaller population, smaller volume of patients and staffing. But yes, it is, and so we're doing everything we possibly can to keep these individuals safe and protected by providing all the PPE gear, the training that they need. But unfortunately, this virus attacks anybody and everybody. So, we just have to continue exercising all the infection control preventive measures. And, even the best hospitals in the U.S. that have it, they still have, infections that occur in their facility.
Lillian, are you able to tell
And
us?
we deal with it. What was that?
Of the 32 positive GMH staff, how many of them do you believe contracted the virus outside of the hospital setting? And how many do you think? Go ahead.
I can't say how many, but the first 5 that were COVID positive, all 5 of them contracted it outside of the hospital because these individuals. Hello?
We can hear you. Sorry.
These individuals, the first 5, they were not at all in direct contact or interaction with the COVID patients. They were working elsewhere, not with the COVID individuals. And so that definitely shows that, they contacted it outside of the hospital.
What about the remaining 27? Are those nosocomial
I haven't
infections?
had a chance to look at the data. I haven't had a chance to look at the report. But, I will do that.
We had Dr.
Many other things are going on.
I know.
What was that?
We had Dr. Hoa Wen on the show earlier. I don't know if you caught the interview because I know you said you were in a meeting. But he's saying that the Physicians Advisory Group is really pushing GMH to have a press conference about this
Nosocomial infections?
the nosocomial infections at the Guam Memorial Hospital. And I mean, with you just kind of dropping that we have 32 COVID-19 positive staff at GMH, could you shed any light on what Dr. Wen and the Physicians Advisory Group is talking about?
Okay, sure. Nosocomial infection is hospital-acquired infection. And that means, when a patient comes into the hospital, there's all that possibility of getting some kind of an infection, whether it's staphylococcal aureus infection or some other type of infection. But, because the individual is in the hospital, therefore that infection is hospital acquired. And it's not an uncommon occurrence. It happens in even in the best hospitals where they have really robust and strict infection control guidelines. It happens, because microorganisms that cause disease are everywhere. So it's not an uncommon thing to occur. And I know that you're probably referencing this to one of the nurses who passed away, and that the commentary from outside, that this nurse caught the COVID here in the hospital. Well, the fact is that the individual was here in the hospital, was not COVID positive, and then throughout the hospitalization course, the individual who then, expired, became positive. And so, of course, people are going to say, the fact. Second fact is the individual caught. So, of course, they're going to say, you can come to that conclusion that the individual caught COVID in the hospital. While the facts are still being explored and being investigated, and I'm not going to deny it, but again, if it does come out, the conclusions, the findings that, yes, the individual acquired COVID in the hospital, that's one patient. One out of the thousands of patients that we admit into this hospital who are non-COVID have gone home. Many of the patients have gone home, released from the hospital without the COVID infection. So to put it into perspective, if that is the conclusion, one individual caught the COVID in the hospital, that's one. And in the U.S., like I said, 5,000 cases, 20% of, individuals who come into the hospital in the U.S., they acquire COVID. They get the COVID infection, and it's not an uncommon incident.
Right.
So let's not panic about it. Let's not go, oh my goodness, the hospital is not doing enough. Well, look at the data from the time that we started taking in COVID patients to now. One incident,
Right.
one
Yeah.
person. So let's not scare the community.
Yeah, no,
Let's
we're not.
put a panic.
Of course, we're not trying to scare the community, Lillian. But I mean, yeah.
But and I'm not saying that we're scaring the community, but that's what's happening.
Right. Of course, they're scared.
People
People are already
more
scared.
afraid.
They're scared before they heard about the nurse and catching the COVID in the hospital. They were scared before that. They're going to be scared after it. But I think what's concerning is that we're talking about one patient, right? But then what about the 32 staff? You can't conclusively say that they didn't catch it in the hospital setting.
Okay, but then we're also going through the process.
Right.
Once we find out that they're COVID positive, they're off. They're put on isolation. The ones that are then exposed by those staff, they're out on quarantine, and our infection control nurse is monitoring and tracking them very closely to make sure that they are without symptoms or that their retest is still negative. So we are closely monitoring that.
Mm-hmm. And what about the contact they have with patients?
Those, again, we haven't had any patient that tested positive. The infection control team is making sure that if that staff exposed certain patients and even the co-workers within that area, they've been followed up, and fortunately none of them have tested positive. So it goes to show that the staff are exercising to the best of their ability the infection prevention measures.
How many people are on this infection control team?
Well, right now we have the nurse who is the infection control practitioner. There's a doctor that works with her, and then we've given her several other staff to help her out.
And so how many? I'm sorry. How many are part of the infection control team?
I don't have the numbers. We have given several staff. There's this individual who's also a nurse, admin staff. We've got a couple of others, and we're hoping that the school nurses who are going to come to help us out, some of them have expressed an interest, and that because of the anxiety, the concern of working again in the hospital setting when they haven't worked in that. And so we're offering that option for them to help us out in the infection control and in the employee health office to do the contact tracing, to do the follow-up and the investigation.
Okay, so
there's more than 5 of them. There's more than 5 in that area.
Mm-hmm. Can you because people are talking out here, and I just want to know, is it true or not that one of the reasons why the hospital lost accreditation was because of deficiencies with infection control? Was that one of the things that were cited?
Okay, go right ahead. I can't remember and I can't recall exactly why the accreditation, but I know that quite a bit of it is the physical structure, with the leakages, the leadership was mentioned, and maybe infection control, because at that time we only had the one nurse doing the infection control, and that's not sufficient. You need more resources and more manpower. The other parts where I think the quality assessment, performance improvement program and activities, the risk management was another area. Mm-hmm. So it was quite a spread of issues that the Joint Commission.
Mhm. Do you know when the FEMA help will be arriving?
And how key is that support going to be for your staff, Lillian?
Oh, it's very key because they're going to bring us, from what I found out, what I heard, that 15 critical care nurses. And that's exactly what we need, are critical care nurses. And so, an infusion of 15 critical care nurses, oh, that's great. That's really fantastic. When they're going to start, I will find out tomorrow when I meet with the Region 9 Regional Emergency Coordinator who is here on island. And so we're scheduled to meet with them tomorrow, I believe in the afternoon. What was that?
Bryant?
Mr. Bryant? Mr. Bryant from Region 9?
No, Mr. Bryant, I think, deals primarily with the alternate care facility that we're working on. Mr. Jonathan Bartlett is the Region 9.
Yeah.
The Region 9 Regional Emergency Coordinator.
Mm-hmm. But you said 15 critical nurses are just what you need, but are you really going to need?
No, that's not what I said. I didn't say is what I need, what we need here in the hospital. We need more than that, but they're giving us 15, which is a tremendous help.
Mm-hmm. How many do you need?
What we requested was around 30 some critical care nurses. Because, for the emergency room, we need help there, and for ICU.
Do you know where you're going to put the 15? Are they going to stay at GMH, or do you plan on moving some over to the SNF?
I don't know yet because we're going to meet tomorrow with Mr. Bartlett. And so, but this is preliminary information that I received, 15 critical care nurses. And so if we can use all 15 in the emergency room and ICU, that will be tremendous because then at least we can open up more ICU beds.
Mm-hmm. And just really quickly for clarification, the SNF is ready to open, but you cannot open it because you just don't have the staff yet.
We're still trying to resolve our staffing issues, correct?
Okay.
But it's physically ready for occupancy. So the other teams, such as in the operations, professional support, they're making sure that the supplies are there. They've got it pretty much making sure that they've cleaned it out, the facility, and that, whatever other medical equipment we need to have there. The team is working currently to make sure that everything then is ready for them. If tonight we say we can move those patients, we'll move those patients.
Lillian, I know that you had talked earlier about, the public shouldn't be scared. But just in the last 24 hours, we've seen, several doctors, Dr. Wen, Dr. Eusebio, Dr. Cabrera, kind of ganging up on GMH and, saying things about we need to move the non-COVID patients because the risk of exposure. And these things, when these doctors say this, they snowball, right? And a lot of people are talking about it. So I wanted to give you the floor and just ask you the question, is GMH safe for the people of Guam?
Well, hey, look at the numbers. Since we started in March taking care of COVID patients, look at the numbers. Okay, we've taken care of over 100 individuals with the COVID positive. Many of them have recovered, have healed, and have gone home. Unfortunately, yes, we lost 5 in the first wave. But, again, over 100 individuals we have treated here in the hospital with COVID. More than 1,000 of individuals that have come into the hospital, we treat them. Their critical condition, and we managed to get them saved and off the ventilator. And these are over 1,000 non-COVID patients that, we are in the hospital and they go home, they get discharged. MCH, I know that's a hot topic by a lot of the doctors out in the community and are pushing to move MCH. And, again, since we started in March, none of the MCH patients have contracted COVID. They come in, the women come in, they deliver their babies, they go home. The babies are in the nursery, they get discharged, they get well, they get discharged, they go home. Pediatric patients are, we get them admitted into the hospital, they heal and they recover and they go home. Mm-hmm. And so, again, for the people who are pushing for us to move NCH, well, they don't realize that it's not a simple thing to do. It's a complicated process. First and foremost, the facility, GRMC, they welcome to have MCH services, to provide MCH services at their facility, which is great, and they can start that on their own. But here's the situation. The challenge for them is that for us to move the NCH services over to GRMC means we have to also then deploy all our nursing staff to GRMC. We deploy them. They're still Government of Guam classified employees. We have to continue their payroll, but they're going to be providing the service in another business organization. Right. Now, Business 101, we're paying the payroll. They're going to do the service over at another entity. Does that make sense?
Is that why we haven't moved the ward?
So that's the main reason.
Again, it's not a simple thing to do. We have to make sure we have been talking about this since the beginning of this year. Right. We've been discussing it, and we're just trying to make sure what really is the best for everybody, not just for a certain group, but for everybody all around. And again, I go back to the nursing staff who are GovGuam classified employees. Are we going to force them to then end their employment with GovGuam so that they can then be employees of GRMC? Are we going to force them that? I don't think we can force them that. But and the liability, if something happens, they're providing the services as a GovGuam agency or an agent. If something happens, are they going to be covered by the GovGuam claims and insurance? Those are many questions that do not have easy answers. Mm-hmm. And so, our point here is we continue to provide the services here, and we continue to provide the services for the COVID patients. And we've been successful, I like to say. I'm not bragging, because it's really the staff who make it happen. They're the ones who are working tirelessly to take care of all these patients. And so, credit to them. They're doing a great job, a fantastic job. And, for us to just uproot the whole MCH service and give the staff to GRMC, the nurses are not all that, again, excited to be uprooted and go somewhere else. But if they want to, they can then end their GovGuam employment here at GMH and then apply and be employees of GRMC so that they can continue their practice in their specialty as MCH. But it's not an easy and not a simple thing to do. If GRMC would like to open up the MCH services, that's great, wonderful. Because at least it gives people an option, a choice. They can go to GRMC or they can come to GMH. That will benefit the community.
If you didn't have to worry about all of that, the business side of it and the money side of it, would you agree that they should be sent over, these non-COVID patients, over to GRMC? That there should be a non-COVID, absolutely 100% not COVID, and a COVID hospital?
And thank you. That's a great question because, also, why can't they take the non-COVID telemetry patients, the non-COVID medical surgical patients, the non-COVID surgical patients? That will help us tremendously. And because they have the infrastructure, they have the beds, and so therefore it's a lot easier to just move those telemetry patients as they have been taking some of them non-COVID, given the staffing situation, they do take them. But why not then start there? Non-COVID telemetry patients, non-COVID medical surgical patients, non-COVID surgical patients. That will be the easiest way to then help the hospital and for us to open up our beds. We still maintain our staff, and we can then, staff those beds for more COVID patients.
Wow. Has the ask been made?
What's that?
Has the ask been made to GRMC because, they're saying, hey, move the non-COVID patients out, and now you're saying, hey, yeah, take them. Take these ones, though.
Well, we've been in discussions with the leadership, and we will continue. I will reach out to Dr. Mike and engage in further discussion. But our chief medical officer, Dr. Anna Badaliu, and Dr. Ogren, they've been in discussions with these doctors and with the PAG. They're members of the PAG.
Right. So is there like a conflict or any kind of issue with Dr. Mike? We all know he's GRMC. And then, leading the surgeon cell. Is GMH getting like the short end of the stick, Lillian? Are you being treated fairly as the public hospital?
It's not my authority or jurisdiction or even I don't have any data to say that it's a conflict. That's not my business. It's not my authority.
Well, because
Mike does. He's helping out the governor, and so that's great. Now,
but is he helping out GMH?
Are we getting the short end of the stick?
Yeah.
That's people's judgment, I suppose. But we're doing what we can in the best way that we can, given our resources, and our staff are doing. Again, I'll repeat it. They're doing really an outstanding job. And to hear comments out in the community, negative comments, criticism, and it doesn't help our staff. It discourages them. It demoralizes them. And when we lost our nurse colleague, these nurses, they say, you know what, we quit. We're ready to quit. Is that what we want to happen here? Do we want to lose these nurses? If we lose these nurses, who's going to take care of these patients? Mm-hmm. So we need to be more supportive of each other and working with each other and not against each other. Mm-hmm. The virus is our enemy, not each other. So I'm just, I just want to encourage that, we get the support, we get the positive, statements as far as, and it's not for me. This is not about me. It's for the staff here at the hospital, and not just the nurses. But, we've got the housekeeping people, we've got security, we've got the non-clinical people who, are processing the medical records, the billing, so that the hospital can get reimbursed, because we're losing revenues in the hospital because we're not doing a lot of elective surgeries. So,
so then, Lillian, again, what is the issue? Like you said, Dr. Cruz, he's on the PAG. A lot of these people, they're all on the PAG. And we all know that you guys need space. Why? And you guys have been talking about it. Why haven't they been moved already? I'm talking about the ones you're talking about, the telemetry patients. Why haven't they been moved? If you guys have been talking about it,
they have their challenges over at GRMC.
Who is stopping this?
What's that?
Who's stopping it?
Who's stopping it? You guys are already, according to Dr. Ho on the PAG, he said GMH is on fire and they need help. So he said GMH is on fire. Right. You guys need help, but and you said it. Yeah, take our telemetry patients, take this. We've been talking about it. At what point does the talking stop? And we just do it.
I can't answer for other people's actions. I can only answer for my action and my, I can only be accountable for myself. And, what other people say and what other people do is not my, I don't have control of that. So
yeah, I'm just wondering, Lillian, because you are at GMH, you're in the fire. When are you going to say, look, we need our non-COVID patients in the telemetry ward moved over to GRMC. Stop talking about it. Let's move them today. Let's move them 5 minutes ago. When are you going to get that mad and say, let's go?
I need to get mad.
You need to get mad, Lonya. What is going on?
Please get mad. Can you just get mad now?
Yep. I can get mad, but you know what? It's not. I have to be cool and calm about it, but get my point across.
Yeah.
Because people will hear it.
Yeah, you just got to get that one-on-one with the governor and plead your case to her, because obviously there's some kind of blockage. I don't know who it's coming from, but I really just hope this isn't as simple as like public hospital versus private hospital, because that's what it's looking like.
And it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be that way.
Totally agree.
Yeah.
Was there anything on the morgue? Are you guys
morgue capacity before we let you go?
Well, again, we're just the beds up at CIF. those are 54 beds that we certainly can open. And if in our meeting tomorrow with Mr. Jonathan Bartlett, and if we get more, if we're going to get the 15 critical care nurses, that's a welcome relief for our staff. It's really going to be helpful.
Morgue?
The morgue.
Yeah, morgue capacity. Are we okay on the morgue side?
The morgue side, we're it's filling, but again, once the funeral homes take these individuals, the remains, the bodies, to then get them buried and or cremated accordingly, it opens up. But we still have that 40-foot reefer,
right?
And it does have 17 cubicle space, and so it hasn't yet been used, but it's good to know that we have that available space for the morgue.
Lillian, thank you so much for your time. We're going to let you go grab the fire hose.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes, please. I got to get back to work.
Thank you, Lillian.
You take care.
Esta, okay.
Take care. Be safe.
Yeah, you
Bye.
too. You too. Okay. 9:27. Well, I got to take a break, guys. Just super quick. It's the link on the Breeze 93.9. Coming back, we have round 2 of a matchup that happened right here on the Breeze 93.9. Well, it's actually, was it the Breeze then? I can't. Anyway, just stick around. You're going to want to listen to this coming up next. 9:27. Good morning, Guam.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
You live life on the go, and now so does your mortgage application with FHB Digital. It's easy and fast with features that gather your documents or make it simple to upload them yourself. FHB Digital provides personalized mortgage options to suit your budget. And if you have questions, just ask a loan officer. FHB Digital. Bank at the speed of your life with First Hawaiian Bank.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Hafa-day and Mabuhay, I'm Ann Pobutsky. I'm the territorial epidemiologist for Guam. Wearing a face covering protects you and those around you. We know that COVID-19 can be spread by people who are not showing symptoms, which means they are asymptomatic. Because Guam remains at risk for significant community spread or transmission of the virus, it is a necessary precaution to wear a face covering when you are in public. Everyone must wear a face covering when they leave home, have it visible at all times, and put it on when they see others nearby. Face coverings are required for everyone when shopping at stores, seeking healthcare, and inside the workplace. Covering your face reduces the chance that you will unknowingly infect someone else if you are carrying COVID-19 but have no symptoms. Prevention saves lives. For more information, please call 311 or visit our website at dphss.guam.gov.
All right, good morning, 9:31. Good morning on you.
Oops.
It's the Link on the Breeze, 93.9, brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank, Calvo Enterprises, and IT&E. Can we pop up that graphic, guys? We did a little graphic here because I was excited when the Republicans in the administration trade press releases. It just really reminds me of my days as a mixed martial arts ring announcer. Right, and I'm gonna send you guys this graphic that we popped up. So we're gonna.
I'll send it to them now so they can.
Okay, right on. So you guys could put that on your Insta. We should start doing this, Bree, for every little. There you go. And now, fighting out of Adelup, he is the governor's policy director.
Well, they're looking at it right now.
Right.
It's on your phone, guys.
Let's bring on Carlo Branch and then the chairman of the Republican Party of Guam, former Senator Tony Anna. Hey, guys, unmute. There, let's bring on.
Here comes the ring girl.
We got the ring
First
girl.
of all, Tony's name should always be prime billing on any fight card because he is formerly elected. So his name should always be outranking mine.
Carlo, the champ, gets introduced last.
How are you, buddy?
All right. And Bree, can you just really kind of touch on the Republican press release, and then there was a clapback by Adelup that I'll kind of go into, and then we'll take it over to the Zoom.
This is a long press release.
Well,
Basically, it just says the governor needs a reality check.
Right.
There. Is that short enough for you?
Right. And then
that was in response to the budget.
And then, so we're talking about the budget. Then the response came out of Adelup yesterday. Just a few hours ago, nearly every Republican senator voted to pass a budget funded in part by a business privilege tax of 5%. Takes a great deal of gall to criticize a tax increase and then vote to spend it. Former Governor Eddie Cowell's Republican Party took a surplus and turned it into a deficit.
Let's take this back. This wasn't regarding the budget. This was actually regarding the audit.
Okay, right. Yeah. And so we'll just bring you guys on. And Tony, we'll just start with you. The impetus behind sending out this latest release, because I know you guys have been sending out quite a flurry during the pandemic. So just tell us where was your center on this release, and then we'll take it over to Carlo for the response.
Hi, good morning, Chris. First off, you might want to unmute your mic. We can barely hear you.
Me?
Yeah.
How about now? Sibyllus.
We can barely hear you from your mic. It seems like it's still
right here.
Muted.
This one.
Oh. Sibyllus.
There we go.
Okay, right on. That's an old Howard Stern joke, guys. Private Parts, the movie. Anyway.
No, that was Saturday Night Live.
Okay.
Yeah, nice. Our release this morning, our release yesterday was about the audit findings from the OPA, and the governor came out on, and we said that this is an issue that when you look at the audit findings, it was about 2019, and that already we had a plan in place in 2018 going into 2019 with the Republican administration. And when you look at it, the Republican administration has actually been in place for the first quarter of 2019. So this is, we're going to take credit, let's take the credit, but also let's give credit where credit is due. And when they tout about, the financial success based on a budget plan adopted, it's a budget plan that was adopted from the previous administration working forward. And, we just want to make the record clear and make everything, straightforward so that we can be on the right footing with everyone.
Carlo?
Sure. I think while we're clarifying facts, we might as well acknowledge two things. Number one, if we want to talk about the FY19 budget plan, BJ Cruz wrote that budget. I know because I was there, not Eddie Calvo. Number two, Tony is right. The budget plan did cover the last 3 months of the Calvo administration. Lillian Guerrero controlled the last 9. So a budget plan is a roadmap. What really counts is who drove the car. So Eddie Calvo, by the time he left office, left a deficit of about $80 to $100 million. with 9 months of expenditure control in 2019, we cut that deficit in half. That is a mathematical reality. There is no debate about that. The second contention in the Republican release was, and this is where the BBT comes in, that the only reason the deficit was reduced was as a result of increased revenue. That is, again, factually not correct. If you read the audit findings as well as the audit summary, it says very clearly that the deficit was reduced as a result of two things: revenues increasing as a result of collections, as well as expenditures in the executive branch agencies and government-wide decreasing. Executive branch agencies, expenditures decreased by 11.4 million, government-wide something close to 22 million. And so this reality, or the fact state that, the deficit was indeed halved as a result of the present administration driving the roadmap created by the Democratic majority in 2019, and at the same time that the Republican Party criticizes the escalation in the BPT to 5%, it is the same party that agreed to spend that money along with the Democratic majority just 2 days ago in its passage of the budget. So I don't know how you can, in the one hand, criticize a 5% BPT, but then have nearly every Republican senator vote to spend it.
Then Carlo, you got points there. When the Republican administration of Calvo Tenorio came in, they came in with over $300 million deficit, and over the years they worked down.
Well, actually, Tony, you deserve more credit than that. In 2012, the Republican deficit was zero because of borrowing in tax refunds. So if you go back to audited financials, at the end of 2012, the GovGuam deficit was zero. From 2012 to 2018, that budget deficit, that cumulative deficit, was nearly $100 million. So how you go from a surplus in 2012 to a deficit 6 years later is unbeknownst to me, but you guys were in charge.
And when you talk about the deficit, when Trump tax cuts came into place, and that's where and you agree, right? That's where the BPT, we had to increase the BPT in order to make up those tax cuts.
Absolutely.
And moving forward, yes, and probably every plan that we put into place, and that's why they're called plans, right? We adjusted the plan, and how do we come out with best financial stability for our government is what's key. And when we do that, then we're able to say, okay, this is where we come up with the surplus, and this is where we come up with the deficit. And I think when we do that, and we turn around and we talk about, okay, well, we ended 2018 with a $20 million deficit, or we ended 2019 with a
2018 was 10.5.
Yeah, I'm just giving an example. Right? When
I'm just giving facts, yeah.
$34 million surplus, right? And it's because of the constraints of what goes on in the previous year and how we move forward. And yes, I think there's a lot of credit to be passed around, and I think credit also to the previous administration, credit to this administration. But we'll see now, moving forward, where 2020 and 2021 is gonna end up to be.
I think that's a true and accurate point. And the second point that I want to make, Tony, is, when Chris reached out to me yesterday to come on with you today, I said, honestly, there isn't much for Tony and I to debate, because the Republicans and the Democrats agree on the same thing. We both agreed to spend a budget that was based fundamentally on an increased business privilege tax. The only difference is one party won't spend the money and then issue a press release attacking it at the same time. How you do that, I don't necessarily understand. I know this because when I watched you on the debate stage and we asked the Republican candidates for governor how you would replace a $70 million tax hole in 12 months, neither side had a plan for that. And it is because those cuts in a single year would be so drastic to government services that you wouldn't just shut down a fire station and a police headquarters like the Calvo administration did. You'd effectively shut down most or all of the government. And so the reality is, while the Republican Party is advocating to take the majority, there really isn't much difference, because the Republican minority didn't propose a separate budget of its own. didn't propose revised revenues, didn't propose alternative revenue sources. All they pretty much did was agree with a budget generated by Democrats, which Democrats at Adelup have some serious concerns about. But the reality of the situation is, at a budget perspective, given the way your party voted 2 days ago, there isn't any fundamental difference between how we would govern. We know this because the Democrat budget plan was endorsed almost wholly by every member of your party.
Well, when you look at the legislature, naturally you guys control the majority. So what happens is that how many Republican bills have you seen on the agenda? I mean, what more making adjustments to the budget?
Well, I think the minority leader has argued that she's gotten the most bills passed of anyone. I haven't checked that number, but I heard her make that argument.
And so those issues come to play, and how bills come onto the floor. And when the Democrats...
That said, I would also say that I don't think Mary Torres has any problem passing bills in the Democratic majority.
So those are the issues, and and take it. You guys don't agree with the budget that the legislature passed. I mean, so is the governor going to?
I didn't say that. I said we had concerns, just like every administration has concerns, right? And so the challenge that I have is, I don't know how you can criticize the Democratic Party for its management of finances while at the same time completely endorsing its budget.
Well, it's not a complete endorsement of the budget.
Tony, you have 5 senators. 4 of them voted for the budget. That is the single most important document in all of legislative process, and you guys voted to support it.
Carla, there are certain portions of the bill that every senator, every single senator down there has an agreement to certain portions of the budget bill, and they disagree on other portions of the budget bill.
Tony, the last 2 budgets you voted on, you were actually the second to last budget you voted on, you were the lone no vote. Why did you do that? Because you had a fundamental disagreement with the way the budget was built. So if Republicans don't like the way Democrats manage finances, why do you agree with them all the time?
You don't need to always agree with individuals, and you don't always need to disagree with individuals. It's the process that we go through in doing these things. Yes, the budget may not be good, but if those senators, and they're accountable and answerable to the constituents who voted them in, they're accountable to them. So why, whatever their reasons were for voting for the budget, then those are their reasons. But we need to continue to move forward, right? And
I guess this is my point, which helps us move forward. Can we stop arguing about the BBT? Since now my party's representatives and your party's representatives both voted for a budget to spend it at 5%. That would actually advance the conversation. We would finally get off a topic whose horse has literally been beaten to death. Since your party has agreed to spend a budget based on 5% and my party agreed to build one based on 5%, can we both agree that we actually agree?
But it's actually your party that agreed to spend too. So let's not just put one.
Yes, I'm saying yes, we both agreed. So can I now look forward to no more releases about the Republicans calling on us to cut the BBT when you just joined Democrats to spend it?
No, we didn't join the Democrats. We did. And we still
your party voted for a budget to spend the BBT increase you now say you don't like. You can't have one without the other.
Carlo, the BBT, when go out there again and look at the businesses. We're in the second lockdown.
Yes, Tony, we are on the second lockdown, and that is why this governor has voted to cut small business BBT to 3%, not 5%. I know that you agree with this also because because senators in your party agreed to vote for the same bills. So the smallest businesses on Guam pay no BBT at all. The second smallest group of businesses pay a BBT at 3%. So this administration did what even Eddie Calvo didn't do, which was if you are a small business, you either pay 0% in BBT or you pay 3%. Are you debating that fact?
It wasn't the administration. It was actually Senator Fernandez that introduced the bill. And also,
yes, and we signed it. And it was also Senator Regine Biscoli who introduced the first cut. So in 2 separate bills, one introduced by Regine Biscoli and another introduced by Senator San Augustine, this governor signed bills which cut the BBT for the smallest businesses twice. Something Governor Calvo didn't do when he advocated raising the BBT to 5%.
And if she was to veto it, they would have just overrode her. So the thing is,
Tony, we helped them write it.
The thing is also, I guess your Democrat senators can't write their own bills, but that's okay. Anyway,
No, I guess when we're in the same party, we tend to work together.
5 to 3% is only 10 in 2 years. It's going to be in 2 years.
I'm sorry, I can't hear him.
In 2 years, that law sunsets. So where are the businesses who need the help going to be at in 2 years?
No, Tony, the business privilege tax doesn't. Oh, the Dave Santos amendment sunsets.
That 5 to 3% sunsets in 2 years in June 2022. And that's going to be the time when people, we're going through this now and people need help, but trying to recover in the years to come. And, we need to look for something to ensure that the small businesses continue to prevail. Because
yes, Tony, and do you know why some small businesses can't pay lower than 3%? Because as a result of the $380 million you guys borrowed to pay tax refunds, no one can pay less than 3% because the bond covenants require it. So the Democratic majority and the Democratic governor found a way working within our bond covenants to say, if you are the smallest of businesses, we can figure out a way for you to pay 0 BPT. If you are the second tier of businesses, we can figure out a way for you to pay 3%. We'd like for them to pay even smaller than that. But as a result of the bond covenants you guys drafted, which ballooned our debt, we cannot go below that 3% for a certain tier of businesses. So when the Republican Party constantly says, you need to cut the business privilege tax, if you care about the facts, you have to agree that we already did for the smallest businesses. Second, you cannot vote to spend a budget based on an increased BPT while at the same time issuing press releases that criticize the thing you just spent.
Carlo, when you look at it, right, on the BPT, that, like I said, it reverts back in 2 years. And when you talk about...
No, the BPT does not revert back in 2 years. The Dave Santos might sunset in 2 years, at which point I'm sure we'll work together to extend it. But I want you to acknowledge two things: that the Democratic majority, working with the Democratic governor, with the support of Republicans, cut the BPT to 3% for small businesses. Can we acknowledge that that is a fact? Yes or no?
What we can acknowledge is that you guys...
Okay. So yes, can we acknowledge that the majority of Republican senators voted to support a budget based on a bigger BPT? Yes. So if we agree on those two things, can we stop arguing about it?
If we can agree that you guys will cut the BPT from 5% to 4% for all businesses.
You guys didn't even get that done in the budget you voted for.
Carlo, you're a Democrat.
I don't know. I don't understand. I think, Chris, at this point, we're going around and around in circles.
Yeah, I'm about to cut in, guys.
I cannot logically figure out how you attack the BPT and spend it at the same time. That is a feat of mental gymnastics I clearly am not capable of. But, if people can agree with Tony versus Tony, I guess they can do that.
Well, when you look at, like I said, when you look at the budget bill, every senator voted on it because there were portions of the budget bill they agreed with and portions that they didn't agree with. And eventually what they probably felt was that they supported what they needed to do. So,
Tony, when you were the lieutenant governor nominee I saw you champion the 5% BPT.
Carlo, just like it. Carlo,
did you do it or not? That's all I'm curious about. Or am I misremembering?
When you look at where our government was that year,
Tony, we're in the same place. The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act is still in place.
Yes, but you guys are so according to you guys, you surplus 34%, 34 million. Get back 34
All right, let's break, guys. Let's break.
Make a profit, or they're not in the business to make a profit. They're in the business to help people. So don't be.
I don't know what government accounting class you took, but a surplus is not a profit if A, we weren't a business, and B, there is a cumulative deficit which you guys built. Right? So if you have a $500 overdraw in your checking account and you deposit $500, do you have $500 to spend or do you have zero? You have zero because you were in a deficit. So I don't know how you exalt a surplus and say we have all this extra money while at the same time being the guy who built the deficit.
You guys keep saying you're financially stable, but yet, I don't see financial stability when are all the vendors paid? Are all vendors paid and it's zero?
Tony, you know what is the largest portion of the deficit? one of the larger portions of the deficit is vendor non-payment. So why do you think the governor said yesterday that some vendors, instead of waiting for 90 days, have to wait 180? That is the point of a deficit. When you have to use present year cash to pay for prior year obligations, you are enhancing and building the deficit, which means vendors, small business people, do not get paid. That is why a fundamental goal of this administration has been to eradicate the deficit, which Republican administrations built over all these years.
Well, then I guess
not even all these years, just the past 6. You were in surplus in 12.
To pay past due accounts, right?
I don't know, Chris. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this anymore to Tony. I feel like I'm shadow boxing, so I'd rather not.
Okay, guys. I mean, before we wrap here at the end of the show? Obviously, very passionate on both sides, but is there anything? And we're in this pandemic. Obviously, you disagree, but is there any way that we can break bread and work together on anything?
And I'll be the first one to say this. I think that what I've tried to point out is that Republicans and Democrats do work together on a lot of things. The 2 times that we enhanced the Dave Santos Act to make it so that small businesses pay 3% BPT and the smallest businesses pay 0. That was a Democrat-led idea, but Republicans came along and they were very good advocates with us in that process. I think that even though Adelup has, very significant concerns about the budget, when you look at the past 4 or 5 budgets, they occurred with bipartisan support for the most part. So the Republican minority, when it isn't election year, works very well with the Democrat majority. The only thing that changes is usually 3 months before an election, they get press release happy and try to argue that they were different, while the last 21 months being almost exactly the same. So if Republicans agree with us 95% of the time, I'm not exactly sure what their case is for change at the legislature.
Tony, we're gonna give you the floor and let you talk to respond to that, Tony.
Yeah, we can move forward. And this is what it comes down to, right? It comes down to helping the businesses out there that support this government and give them the funding they need to operate. And if we continue to be in this pandemic, we need to ensure that, going from PCOR 3 down to PCOR 1 was not the solution. What we needed to do is take an approach to where let's find out where these hotspots are. Let's eradicate those hotspots and, not penalize all the businesses, because right now I don't know how this government is going to turn around and get the revenues they need to operate in the next fiscal year, the following, because the only way they probably be able to do it is to increase taxes again, but we need to start helping our people now. Actually, the help should have been when in March, when we first were going through this. Be as it may, let's continue to move forward. Let's continue to help our people. Let's continue to help our island. But most importantly, let's also help the business community who generate the revenues and the taxes for our island to move to live, and also for our business, our government to operate. And I always look forward with these conversations with Carlo. And who knows? Maybe one day you're going to see both of us drinking coffee and saying, "Hey, okay, let's move forward with these ideas."
Right. Yeah, I want to be there, guys. I mean, there's no dine-in now, but sometime down the road.
Tony won't share our secrets, but he and I worked together to pass more than one budget.
Right on. Well, there you go. So there is hope, to quote a phrase that you might be familiar with, Carlo.
There's always hope, and all
I'm familiar with it.
Work together to bring that hope out, right?
All right, guys, let's hold hands. You ready? Kumbaya, my lord. No, it was good having you guys, and thanks for coming in and debating that with each other. Obviously, again, we love the passion. Our viewers and our listeners love it too. So thanks for not being shy and getting in here and engaging with each other, because I feel like so much of our politics nowadays is press release, and we're missing that human to human interaction that's so vital to solving a lot of our island's problems.
Both sides just need to bring out their points, right? And I think once we clear the air of what those points are, who knows? Like I said, we'd be able to come to an agreed road and take that road for recovery.
Right, and I actually want to thank Tony because I know that yesterday he apologized to the governor for the tone and tenor of that release. So Tony's always been a bigger guy when it has come to partisan politics, and so he apologized to the governor. So there's no hard feelings either way.
Yeah, and we just got to keep moving forward. We just got to keep moving forward and ensuring that, you know, our people are always first and priority, and our island continues to dwell and flourish. Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Bree.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Senator.
guys.
Thank you, Carlo.
Thank you.
Let's keep it in the cage, okay, guys?
Always.
Keep
Right
it in
on.
the Zoom room.
Keep it in the Zoom. Thank you, Senator. Appreciate it.
Stay safe.
Carlo, be safe. Guys, wash your hands. All right, 9:57. There you go. The rematch. I wonder if we're going to get a rubber match.
I don't know.
We
They
get
lost
it.
me at hello. You know?
Yeah. I like Manyaka's comment here. Perhaps giving time constraints and more prescribed format for rebuttals and counter-arguments would be helpful for future segments like this. Carlo Branch definitely dominated this discussion. Strong point, just a tad bit of a tone down. Right, yeah. That's no fun, Manyaka. JK, hey, good job today, Sabrina.
Good job.
Joe, sir, thank you. Jason Solis, we got your microphone. The day we finally get you a microphone, you got nothing to say all morning.
I know.
It's about politics.
Yeah, I know. It's politics. He checks out. Also, Ken Engineer, Master Control, our KUAM News team. They've always got your 6. Guys, big takeaways from the show this morning, Bree?
We had, 30-something doctors, nurses that are positive for COVID at the Guam Memorial Hospital.
32, right?
Yeah, 32.
32, correct.
32, yeah. So that's
And-
just kind of concerning. And we have the SNU. It's cool. It's ready to go, but we just don't have the people. So we don't know when they're going to actually move people over to the SIF. We
Right.
heard from FEMA, not FEMA, from Charles Estevez. Help is on the way.
That was some good news this morning.
Yeah.
We also heard from, again, Lillian Posadas, who kind of sounded like her back was against the wall. It felt like she's getting ganged up on. She says, hey, GRMC, if you want to take non-COVID patients, take them, but take these ones.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And she also brought up the issue about the nurses. And we've heard this since the first lockdown, that the move with the maternal child health ward, it really comes down to GMH can't afford to lose those nurses. And so that was a good one. John Fernandez, one of the takeaways there is that they're going to start again with the, and I just got a text here, GDOE food distribution Friday, September 4th from 9 to 12. Place a sign with child's name, grade, and teacher on the windshield to pick that up.
And, something Lillian said was, we have to show support to our nurses, to our staff at the Guam Memorial Hospital. And we support you guys. And we're praying for you and praying for everybody, actually, on this island to get through this. I mean, 48 positives yesterday. Was that it, or 50?
Yeah, and out of only
3 deaths in one day yesterday.
So just kind of bracing for what today may bring. It's 9:59. Again, the show is proudly brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank, IT&E, and Calvo Enterprises. It's The Link, and we'll be back tomorrow with more right here on The Breeze 93.9, where your go-to jam is always coming up, and it is coming up. Good job, Bree.
Good job. Also, don't forget, we're going to be sharing that link for the Action Pack press conference. It gets underway right now.
Right on. Okay, thank you, guys. It's 10 a.m. We're KUAM-FM in Agatni, Guam. This has been The Link on The Breeze 93.9. Guahusi Chris. Está. Adios!
NBC Primetime tonight.